Okay, it's 9:45. Good morning, everyone. My name is Helmut Zarbel, and it's my pleasure to invite you to our center's fifth annual Environmental Health Summit, and the topic is climate change, health, and justice. So just a bit about myself. I'm the director of the Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences Institute, or EOHSI, at Rutgers. I'm also the chair of the Department of Environmental and Occupational Health and Justice in the School of Public Health. And I'm, of course, the director of the Center for Environmental Exposures and Disease, which is hosting this meeting. So the center was established in 1987 as a collaboration between the state of New Jersey, Rutgers University, and what was at that time the University of Medicine and Dentistry. Of course, the medical school merged to Rutgers in 2013. The goal of the Environmental Health Sciences Center is to basically understand, detect, prevent, and solve environmental health problems in our communities through collaborative and community-engaged research. UHSI, when it was, UHSI, the Institute, was founded coordinately with the center, and so neither would exist without the center. And so that's important. And so we have a shared mission, and UHSI is actually the home of the center physically. The center has received very generous support from the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences over the last 35 years. It's one of 20 or so centers across the country. And currently CEED has approximately 80 members across the university, involving about 20 departments and schools in all the campuses of Rutgers. And so it's a very large and very active research entity. When I took control of the center about 15 years ago, there was no requirement for centers to have a community engagement core, and the grant was planned to go in without one. That seemed wrong to me. When I was at MIT and at the University of Washington, our environmental health sciences centers always had very, very strong community engagement, and so that was part of my thinking about joining environmental health. And so I doubled down, and we developed a very, very strong community engagement core. And of course, we can always do better, and we're working towards that. Linda Birnbaum, who was the former director of the NIHS, used to say that you can't do environmental health without the communities. I fully espouse that philosophy. So the CEED's, the Center's Community Engagement Core is headed by Dr. Rob Lungbach, who's a environmental and occupational health physician, and has been doing community engaged research and outreach to our communities for about 20 years. And so our goal then is of the community outreach engagement core, the community engagement core, as they're now called, is to provide a link between what goes on in the labs and what communities are experiencing, but not in a passive way. It has to be a two-way dialogue. So we actually listen to the communities about what their needs are, what their concerns are, and we hopefully do research that addresses those, be it lead in water, chromium, perfluorinated compounds. And the idea is that we do research and try to find mitigation strategies and bring that back to the communities. And so two-way dialogue where there's actionable outcomes. So one of the priorities that has come to light in recent years, as we all know, is climate change and its effect on health and justice. And it's one of UHSI's and the center's top research priorities. As a chair in the School of Public Health, we're very fortunate to have, as a new dean who came on about the same time I became chair, Dr. Perry Halkitis, who has transformed the school's mission into one of social justice, equity, and fighting racism. And of course, we're very much engaged in that. And we have been very fortunate that Dr. Halkitis has allowed us to hire within the Institute and the department several leaders, world leaders in the area of climate change. That includes Dr. Phil Democritou, who is a leading expert on the effect of combustion particulates, particularly nanoparticles, on things such as wood smoke and burnt plastics on climate change. We recently joined by Dr. Mark Budalson, who's trained as a philosopher and an ethicist, but he does modeling on how interventions like carbon capping and carbon recovery, how those affect outcomes and justice of interventions for climate change that are being developed. And last but not least, Dr. Cédric Laurent, who joined us in July, who is an expert on the effects of climate change on the built environment and mitigation strategies for that. And we'll hear from Dr. Laurent a little bit later on. So the mission statement for our institute, which overlaps with that as center, is that we want advancing science and policy to improve environmental health wherever people live, work, and play. So that's everything you do and everywhere you are, okay? And our center's mission complements the vision of VOHSI and continues to build on community-based interactions with community-based organizations that are on the front line. After all, what good is our research if it ends up within our four walls and in journals that are in dusty libraries? If we don't get the word out and communicate what we find to the communities in a way that they can understand and help them to act on that research, then we're not doing any good. So research at the center begins with the communities, and then we use the best science and technologies to empower communities and work together with them to make important changes to environmental health. We believe climate change is one of the most pressing problems of our generation. Climate change is probably the biggest and most rapid change in climate in the history of the 4 billion years or so history of our planet, and it's man-made, which means we're responsible, and we also have a responsibility to do something about it. We're already seeing increase in adverse weather effects, flooding, effects on the built environment, increasing amounts of heat islands, and people suffering from not being able to deal with the rising temperatures. Their effects on food security, access to food, et cetera. Infectious agents such as COVID and others will continue to rise as our temperatures change. Our environment will change, animals will change, et cetera. So we're already seeing these changes, and most distressing is that it's no surprise that all these changes that occur will be disproportionately affecting environmental justice communities, community of color, the poor, and other marginalized communities. So we have a responsibility to make sure that we address those issues in a timely way, and that's what we're trying to do. So today's conference, which we're very excited about, continues the work that we've been doing to try and learn more and discover more about how to mitigate the effects of climate change. And we do that, and we bring together experts in academia, government, NGOs, non-government organizations, and most importantly, community members and community groups. We need to listen to what the communities are concerned about and help them to deal with them. So we're really excited about this meeting. We have almost 300 registrants that are online, registered for the meeting, and they're coming on as we talk. We'll have 17 panelists that includes experts from all of the different groups that I mentioned. And we really can't wait to hear all the exciting things that they have to say and to learn, especially from our community groups, about how to better do our research and so that it's more appropriate and more impactful. As always, before we start, I'd like to thank the conference committee, which is made up of a combination of CEED researchers, members of the community, our community advisory board, directors of our director of community engagement, Rob Lombach, and his coordinator, Terry Butch, which many of you know, many of you know, sorry. And of course, none of this would have been possible without the technical support of Maria Crescenzo, who is our tech expert. So with that, I'll stop, and I'll just thank you for coming and hope that you have an interesting and informative day as we work together and strive to change the health effects of, or mitigate and prevent the effects of climate change. So I'll pass it on to Dr. Lombach this morning.
Thank you, Helmut. Thank you for that excellent introduction. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our 5th annual Environmental Health Summit, excuse me, on climate change, health, and justice. And my name is Rob Lombach, and I direct the Community Engagement Core for our center. It's so exciting that we have this opportunity to get together and hear from diverse voices about how we can work together towards solutions for climate change. Thank you, Kerry, and the other members of the working group for all your hard work in putting together this excellent program. We've brought together representatives from the affected communities, climate activists, environmental justice advocates, state and local government representatives, and health professionals, as well as scientists here at EOC and CEED. We're here to start and really to continue conversations on how we can work together on climate change, health, and justice. It goes without saying that a stable climate is a fundamental ecosystem service that is essential for the health and well-being of all life on Earth, including, of course, human beings. A special focus of this program is the local context in which climate change and its impacts occur. Climate change is a global problem, but it originates from and feeds back to local contexts that are so important for understanding the impacts and then developing solutions. The overall goals for achieving a stable climate are really simple and straightforward. Children understand them. It doesn't take a lot of sophistication to understand that the solutions are to reduce combustions of fossil fuel, methane from other sources, a few other greenhouse gases, and black carbon. Perhaps it's because these solutions are so simple and fundamental that it's frustratingly hard to do them. The activities that produce massive amounts of pollutants that drive climate change are fundamental to our energy, transportation, food, shelter, and I dare say, education and healthcare systems. Changing these systems is more than a science or engineering problem. It's a social, cultural, and political, as well as economic problem. As a leader, as a leading institution at the state level, national, and globally, Rutgers University has an obligation to lead on climate change. Part of that obligation is to clean up our own nest. Rutgers and the Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas healthcare system have our own huge carbon footprint. Later this morning, we'll hear from Dr. Soko Sadaguchi, a leader of the Rutgers Climate Action Plan, about how Rutgers is moving towards sustainability. As Helmut mentioned, over the last 4 decades, our identity at EOC and the NIEHS Center for Environmental Exposure and Disease has focused on solving problems related to chemical pollutants in our air, water, food, homes, and communities. Beyond the direct role that pollutants like carbon dioxide, methane, and black carbon play in driving climate change, there are many ways that a changing climate influences environmental chemical pollutants and their effects on our health and well-being. Besides carbon dioxide, burning fossil fuels produce many other co-pollutants that cause cancer, lung and heart disease, that harm the growth of children, and our mental health, among other adverse effects. Heat, flooding, and drought, and other environmental stress due to climate change interacts with chemical pollutants in the environment and in our bodies. Urban heat islands, increased ozone formation, particle pollution, harmful algal blooms, and increased exposure to allergens and mold toxins are just a few of the areas in which our scientists are working that are directly related to climate change. These climate impacts occur in communities, but they do not affect all communities equally. The Center and the Community Engagement Corps, as Helmut asserted, are committed to work with communities to address environmental justice concerns, as well as the health impacts of climate change. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce the leader of our first panel, Dr. Jose Guillermo Cedeno Laurent, who will lead off our first panel on climate change, health and justice in the built environment. So Dr. Laurent's research focuses on advancing the understanding of mechanisms by which climate change related environmental exposures impact health, productivity, and safety. So with that, Dr. Laurent.
Thank you so much, Rob, and good morning, everyone. So it's really a pleasure for me to be part of this event and to be leading this panel in what I hope it's a very meaningful conversation, a conversation that not only showcases what we're doing individually, but looks at how we can solve the problems of our community together. So I'm delighted to present some of my panelists. They will go in their individual interventions to tell them more about what they have done. We are joined, and we are really privileged to have Josephine Bonventre, research scientist and toxicologist from the New Jersey Department of Environmental protection. We have Kelvin Bodie, the director of Healthy Homes and Communities, Housing and Community Development Network of New Jersey. And we have also Reeves Taylor, our Resilience Research Center lead, and the firm-wide co-director of Design Resilience at Gensler. So as you can see, we have academia, we have a private, public, and community groups in here represented. Let me just say that by no means leading means that we have the solutions. We have to develop these solutions. And I think part of the recognition and the humbling aspect of this greatest challenge that humanity has ever faced is recognizing that, as Rob said, it seems that we have the tools, but we don't have how to implement them. So I hope by listening to these diverse profiles, all not only between us, but you, our listeners, can stimulate, can engage that flux of ideas, because certainly this is not a problem that will be solved by one hero with one solution. I will start showing you some slides of my own research, a little bit of a background, and tell you how, for us in research in academia, we want to be more helpful, right? So a question that I ask myself all the time when trying to think about those grants, how to get myself, you know, in academia, sometimes the goal is to get tenure. But beyond that, I want to like have my professional activity governed by this higher goal. And how can my research, how can my own professional life really move the needle on climate justice? And the way I see things is that it has taken us so much to realize the gravity of the problem, because we haven't necessarily had the right way of framing the problem. At the beginning, we thought we would engage everyone by telling them the dire situation of the polar bears. Others have thought that the motivation could come from the economic losses, from the disasters, from everything that we see in terms of destruction and the impacts on economic life. Yet, I think more recently, we have come to the conclusion that what will motivate most of us to do something against climate change is to realize that everyone will get impacted in their health and the health of their kids because of these multipliers from heat, from drought, from flooding, from all these different environmental disasters that just exacerbate what is happening in our communities. And we all know that those communities, especially those that are where people on underrepresented minorities live, already have a rough deal of environmental exposures and social stressors in their lives. So when very early in my research career, I faced one situation, and it was, as an engineer, how to balance this question of how much we invest in adaptation versus how we invest in mitigation. From my engineering part of the brain, I thought mitigation was the priority. But then as I looked at the urgency to intervene especially in the urban environments, I thought adaptation was more of a priority to work on. The realization that I came through is that buildings and cities and the places where we spend our time, most of our time, are the perfect balance between how to mitigate, so reduce our footprint, environmental footprint on the world, and at the same time get the benefits, societal benefits, from reducing greenhouse gases, criteria pollutants, and provide healthier environments to the occupants of these buildings. So very early on, I faced a potential interesting research question, and this research question taught me a lot. So my brother lives in Houston, and in end of August, early September 2017, they faced a Hurricane Harvey. So during Hurricane Harvey, literally a feet of rain fell in a matter of hours, and massive destruction was there. We saw it all in the media, and something that caught my attention, it was that basically everyone or a lot of people got affected, both from affluent communities and certainly people from poor communities. So you can see in this figure how the homes in the Memorial neighborhood, where the doctors working in the Houston Medical Center experience up to 5 feet of flooding. And then on the right, you see just an example of the destruction that a neighborhood in north of Houston, Kashmir Gardens, experience as well. So to me, this experience was extremely humbling, and also gave me a lot of insights on how we do research and why we do the research on a disaster response. So first of all, I realized as I was just graduating from my doctoral degree that many of the research frameworks are not tailored to respond swiftly to understand these ephemeral exposures. So unfortunately, I was just able to get the funding and start recruiting potential people for my study 2 months after the hurricane had taken place. Yet we were able to, or I was able to listen to the people going through this situation and realizing that the massive destruction was gonna end up in a long tail of health effects, not necessarily from the acute event, not necessarily from the mold or from other potential exposures that happen right at the very central part of the hurricane, but during months as they were trying to regain their lives and their households. So what we did was develop and deploy this set of sensors that would be able to measure pollution, indoor air pollution, indoor particulate matter, and these total volatile organic compounds. So basically those things that you can smell, and that it could be either coming from adhesives or paints or many of the things that people were using to remediate their homes. And long story short, certainly when we compare flooded homes versus non-flooded homes for a period of 6 months, we saw that the activities related to remediating their households were creating massive environmental exposures. Exposures that you would normally consider to be occupational exposures. Yet, especially in the low-income neighborhoods, these were concentrations and levels of pollutants that were facing families on an everyday life, from infants to seniors living in these places as they got remediated for a number of months. Same thing happened with the total volatile organic compounds, massive differences. This is actually shown on a logarithmic scale. So it means like orders of magnitude higher impacts on flooded homes versus non-flooded homes. So I was just able, even though I was able to capture 6 months after the event had happened, it was still just a tiny snapshot or what these communities actually face. When we look back at how Kashmir Gardens is doing now, the poor community in the north of Houston, we see that 5 years later, people are still struggling, people are still rebuilding, people are still suffering from those impacts of the initial event. Not only that, on these communities, the environmental disasters keep piling up. So just last month, I saw this piece of news saying they have detected a cancer cluster because of the chemicals in water, in soil that have come from this train railroad track. I don't want to convey a message that we have no hope. So one example that I really like to share with people about my research is this study that I was part of, documenting the benefits of green and healthy homes in Boston. So this is part of a project from Boston Housing Authority to bring affordable housing from a very dire situation, a situation of disrepair, to 21st century standards, including electrification, energy recovery systems, dedicated outdoor air ventilation with filtration systems. So vastly improved indoor air quality conditions, vastly improved energy efficiency in these places. When we were lucky to being able to have this study designed where we followed people from where they were in their conventional buildings as they transitioned to the green buildings. And we compared a control group that was just staying in their conventional building. So this graph on the right just shows you incredible improvements in air quality in different domains, particulate matter, oxygen, nitrogen dioxide coming primarily from outdoors, even nicotine because of policies of no longer allowing people to smoke. What that translated into is really remarkable reductions in kids' asthma, in number of attacks, in number of visits to the emergency room, symptoms, and of school absences. Not only that, the benefits because of the more efficient structures were incredible. So we saw up to close to 50% reduction in annual consumption of electricity, annual consumption of gas reduced by 70%. People were more aware of their water consumption, reducing up to 55%. Energy use intensity overall reduced between 60 to 74%. And then when you included all these benefits, it turned out each unit could have up to $5,000 per year of savings because of these more efficient systems. I think right now the question, and I emphasize the question part because we don't know the solution, is given that we have a historic moment where a massive investment will be done to address climate change, will we, through the Inflation Reduction Act, will we be able to change our situation in terms of climate injustice? It could be, but we don't know how many of these benefits that are in the bill will actually go direct to the communities that need it the most. And even though we have evidence of the efficacy of these interventions, it seems to me that sadly we don't have an implementation framework. So this is just an example of Massachusetts that has to be one of the leading guidelines on how to decarbonize our built environment. They have incentives, they have all the ideal elements to implement the technology that I'm talking to you about. Yet, when you see how their policies are actually working, you see that despite the need to electrify 100,000 homes per year, just as last year, we only had 461 projects electrified. This is a single state in the country that has 2.5 million residential units. So you do the math. And I think this is the crux of why we have a panel like the one we have today. Because we need research in partnership with community, industry, government, that proves not only how to do these solutions, but do them in a scalable way. So with that, I will stop sharing and give the floor to Josephine that is going to talk about, I think, what the DEP is doing right now.
Yes, I can't share until you are.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
There you go.
Great. Okay, awesome.
I lost it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. I'll share now. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Let me just move this over so that it's no longer bothering me. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here today to talk to you about the work that we at DEP and the conversation that we at DEP are having on this topic. It's great to be back at Rutgers, even if I'm just here virtually. So first, I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge my fellow editor on this project, Dr. Lori Lester of the Division of Science and Research. Lori was also a lead co-editor on the original scientific report on climate change that New Jersey released in 2020. There's a link to the report here, and on it you'll also find a link to the supplement that I will be discussing today. So as you can imagine, this document is such that it takes a lot of collaboration across many programs at the DEP and also input from the Department of Health. And thank you. It's really exciting to be able to discuss the supplement with you today. I wanted to acknowledge the other contributors to this report. Thank you. So in 2020, the DEP published a report describing the climate in New Jersey and how it would be changing in the coming decades. And many salient topics were discussed in this report: rising temperatures, increasing precipitation, sea level rise, ocean acidification, decreased water quality, extreme weather, drought, decreased air quality. But there was limited information on how these factors would affect humans. So we were tasked with writing an addendum to this report, and it was released last month on the impacts on human health and communities. So the question was, how will climate change affect humans? But the better question is really, how will it continue to affect humans and communities? Because the reality is we're all currently experiencing the impacts of climate change. There are many factors that can contribute to the indirect and direct effects of climate change on human health. And we separated it into 4 basic categories: extreme weather, diminished air quality, infectious disease spread, community loss, and mental distress. And now, while this image shows icons that are fitting neatly into perfect boxes, it's important to note that the reality is not that these factors cross these borders and impact each other and influence each other and human health. So we'll start by discussing public health and the impacts of extreme weather. Temperature and humidity are expected to increase in New Jersey. And now the body has an innate ability to cool itself, but prolonged exposure to extreme heat, such as you would experience during a heat wave, can outmatch that ability. Heat waves act as a threat multiplier, and individuals with chronic diseases, particularly those of the cardiovascular and the respiratory systems, may see their symptoms worsen. So one example of this is dehydration, which is prone to happen during a heat wave. This can lead to decreased blood volume and increased heart rate and increased blood pressure, which further strains an already vulnerable system. So children, elderly, and individuals that have chronic health conditions and people who work outside are the most susceptible to these extreme heat conditions. And urban and poor communities are more greatly impacted because generally heat island effects are greater in urban environments, and also they may have a more limited means to avoid this kind of environmental exposure. Moving on to precipitation, heavy rainfalls are expected to increase in New Jersey in the coming decades, and this can lead to an increase in flooding, which is associated with an increase in mortality. It can mobilize contaminants into our surface and groundwater supplies, which contaminates our drinking water supplies. And excessive precipitation is generally a negative for agriculture, as it leads to washing away of nutrients from fertilized soils, and the boggy grounds can be difficult or detrimental to livestock. Some of this heavy precipitation comes by way of tropical storms and hurricanes, which is seasonally appropriate, and we all just spent a week dealing with the remnants of Hurricane Ian, which was not pleasant for any of us. These extreme storms threaten our aging coastal infrastructure, and power outages, which are very common during these storms, can disrupt emergency response and healthcare systems, which is there's also an additional challenge for individuals who rely on powered life-saving equipment. Power outages can contribute to food and drinking water safety concerns. And as we all are well aware, and what is the topic of this talk, this conference today is really focused on how overburdened communities suffer greatly from these events due to cumulative effects. Moving on to diminished air quality, with an increase in biomass combustion from wildfires, both local and also those out west, an increase in particulate matter, an increase in ground level ozone, we can expect to see an increase in short-term and long-term respiratory effects. It's estimated that 7 million deaths globally were attributable to poor air quality in 2019 alone. And children tend to be more vulnerable to this poor air quality due to the volume of air inhaled versus body weight compared to adults. And New Jersey has already seen an increase in the emergency department visits for cases of pediatric asthma, as has been previously mentioned today. So with warmer climate, we can expect changes in pollen production, not just the length of the pollen season or the amount of pollen produced, but also in the distribution of plants that can cause new seasonal allergies. Damp conditions, such as those following flood events, lead to an increase in fungal growth, which can trigger respiratory illnesses. And perhaps counterintuitively, at least for me it was, urban residents are more susceptible to these aeroallergens than rural residents, and this is thought to be due to interactions with pollen or mold spores and air pollutants that are more prevalent in early environments. Now, my least favorite section to think about, because I learned way more about ticks and mosquitoes than I ever wanted to learn about, but the meteorological changes that are predicted for New Jersey will are expected to benefit ticks and mosquitoes. Warm temperatures and increased humidity will encourage longer tick seasons and expand their range, unfortunately. And the warmer winters and wetter summers are will allow mosquitoes to flourish. So here we have a graph from the CDC showing the number of mosquito and tick-borne diseases reported in the state of New Jersey from 2004 to 2018. The bars in orange are tick-borne diseases, and those are in the thousands for the state every year. And in 2019, New Jersey had the distinction of being the state with the largest number of new Lyme disease cases. So lucky us for that. Other infectious diseases can be spread through contaminated food and water. So heavy precipitation can lead to flooding events, forcing people from their homes and into shelters, which are a haven for microorganisms causing gastrointestinal diseases. And it's thought that 40% of deaths following flooding events are attributable to diarrheal diseases. And as floodwaters recede, increased mold growth can trigger asthma or other respiratory effects in vulnerable individuals. Another concern is disease spread through microorganism contamination of food and water. Power outages can lead to food spoilage. Drinking water contamination from storm runoff has already been associated in New Jersey with an increase in hospitalization. And something we talk about a lot at the DEP is how climate change will actually be favorable for harmful algal bloom events. And with more HABs, you have greater humans exposed to HABs and their complications. So the final section of the supplement focused really more broadly on community effects. Human behavior will change. Humans will adapt to their new environment. They'll run the AC longer, consuming more energy. They'll use more allergy medication or use more pesticides on their gardens. This increases exposures. And these realities need to be considered when addressing climate change impacts on humans. So food and water insecurity is also expected to expand. People may turn to low nutrition, high calorie diets, which has previously been associated with obesity, and this will not help the obesity epidemic in this country. Children are specifically more vulnerable to those diets because their bodies and their brains are still developing. Poor diets have been associated with having a negative impact on children's cognitive and physical development and well-being. And also, clean water may be a greater concern in the future as storm surges, floods, and sea level rise contaminate water sources. Population displacement becomes a concern as people are forced to leave their homes and infrastructure takes time to rebuild if there's even availability, limited resources to rebuild. Resource limitation can also prompt movement, and also limitations on healthcare options in communities can really be detrimental. Now, the mental health toll that has been discussed of climate change is still to be determined, but there's a growing number of cases of post-traumatic stress disorder in survivors and emergency responders following major climate disasters. The mental stress that can be expected to increase as resource insecurity is on the rise is great, and communities will continue to lose necessary, and this mental stress will continue as communities lose necessary resources from such as hospitals or emergency response teams. So one thing we tried to emphasize throughout this document is the disproportionate effects of climate change. So simply stated, the immediate and long-lasting consequences of climate change are more difficult for our overburdened communities, or OBCs, which they already suffer cumulative effects of poor infrastructure and reduced health outcomes. Economically disadvantaged households and communities of color are disproportionately subjected to greater heat island effects, poorer air quality, increased prevalence of chronic illnesses, decreased access to health and food options, and are subject to a reliance on lower paying jobs. Compounding environmental and public health stressors lead to higher rates of asthma, cancer, elevated blood levels, cardiovascular disease, and other adverse health effects. Climate injustices are derived from structural racism, a lack of power and political representation, and language barriers, just to name a few. So there is a need for policies and regulations that are designed to protect these vulnerable populations from further insult and to counteract historical and climate injustices that have taken place in those neighborhoods. The New Jersey Environmental Justice Law makes it more difficult to build potentially polluting factories in OBCs, and the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative makes resources available to invest in clean energy, clean transportation, and equity programs in these neighborhoods. So in summary, extreme weather can lead to both immediate and long-term effects on a number of diseases, including specifically from the cardiovascular, respiratory, and gastrointestinal systems, and also have a negative impact on mental health. Deterioration of air quality from climate change will lead to greater instances of these diseases and cancers, especially in vulnerable populations. More favorable environmental conditions for pathogens and their hosts will increase infectious disease spread by ticks, mosquitoes, and other microorganism contamination. Withstanding these individual and community pressures has a real mental health repercussions. And finally, but not least important, climate change is a significant threat to environmental justice and exacerbates already high prevalence of chronic illnesses in our overburdened communities. The take-homes from the report were that impacts of climate change will directly and indirectly lead to detrimental effects on human health and communities. And understanding these challenges is essential to establishing strategies that can effectively and equitably protect and improve health outcomes in New Jersey. So with that, I'll say thank you for your time. My contact information is on the slide, along with another link, the same link to the climate change report, and on that, the original one from 2020 and the new supplement that we released last week. The DEP is on social media, so please follow us, including the Division of Science and Research. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Josephine. This was sobering, but also I think very encouraging that people like you and your team are looking at these issues in our state. With that, I'll ask Kelvin to present now. Kelvin, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad that we have such a variety of people talking about this because, you know, as was said earlier, the solution is really going to be a collaboration of minds from a variety of fields. So to that end, the perspective that I'm kind of bringing to the table today is that affordable housing within New Jersey has kind of served as I suppose, a canary in a coal mine for what we're facing in a larger scale as far as more residential neighborhoods go and more of our infrastructure is going to be facing as we go forward. So I'm going to kind of just briefly give the rundown of what we've seen, how the need for resiliency, both in the designed environment, our infrastructure, and where we choose to design that environment is going to be very important going forward. So as a little bit of background, I'm the Director of Healthy Homes and Communities with the Housing and Community Development Network of New Jersey. I'll just call it the network from here out because that was a little bit of a tongue twister, but we're a statewide membership organization of about over 270-ish fellow community developers, private developers, other nonprofits, philanthropy foundations, businesses, and small municipalities. And the kind of mainstay of our work is direct advocacy for affordable housing and healthy homes and communities. And we do that through a mixture of direct political advocacy to our legislators, technical assistance to our members in their communities to help them with the programs that they do, and then resource development and training for those members to make sure that they can meet their goals and mission statements to the best efficiency that they can. So healthy homes and communities is, like I was saying, really one of the big pillars of our work. And we've realized in our line of work, as I'm sure many other people just know in general, that the majority of us spend most of our time either in our homes or directly within the communities that kind of surround that home. So housing needs to be healthy, not only in its location, but also its construction. And I like to kind of just quote an NPR study that was done from 2017 to 2020 that came out last year, I believe. And it found that if you received your housing through the Housing and Urban Development, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, apologies, HUD, you were 75 times more likely to live in a flood zone than the national average. So that is to say that if you were already kind of down on your luck, you needed a housing voucher from HUD, you were 75 times more likely to have your property flooded than another resident. So location really matters. And when we're starting to talk about where we start to design things and the resiliency of it, and I'm kind of glad that this was already teased earlier, because I like to make sure that we balance out that kind of thought at the forefront of our minds, where climate change is the big natural disasters, the hurricanes, the massive floods. But as mentioned prior, it's also the heat island effect. It's also rising air quality concerns in areas that already disproportionately face those issues as is, with residents that typically tend to have less resources than others within the state. So even though I was just saying we kind of tend to think about the big flooding and the hurricanes as the big examples, I'm going to kind of hypocritically lead with that. And I talk about Superstorm Sandy a little bit within these conversations, because there were already concerns that the affordable housing stock within New Jersey was vulnerable, and that it would serve, as I was kind of saying earlier, as a bit of a canary in a coal mine for larger issues with our infrastructure and housing stock. And out of Hurricane Sandy, a stat that I like to just kind of give really quickly before I get into the meat of it is that while 43% of those impacted by the hurricane were renters, 80% of those renters were earning below 30K. So that is to say that 80% of those renters that were impacted by the hurricane were basically below the poverty line, and then got the additional hardships of that storm upon them. In the town of Newark, there's the Ironbound neighborhood, and actually, just to be more specific, kind of the plots of land that run along the riverbank. And unfortunately, I don't have a visual to go along with this, but traditionally speaking, the land that's been developed along that riverbank has either been industrial sites, storage, or typically just some kind of undeveloped land. And there is, however, an affordable housing complex that was developed along this river called Terrell Homes in the 40s. And Terrell Homes had faced repeated concerns about its location, the vulnerability of its residents, and the floods. And unfortunately, when Superstorm Sandy or Hurricane Sandy hit the city of Newark, the entire riverbank pretty much got put underwater by floodwater. And unfortunately, Terrell Homes was hit as well. Basically, the first couple floors got really messed up. What this did in effect, though, was while neighborhoods behind Terrell Homes did face damage, disproportionately speaking, they faced nowhere near as much damage as the affordable housing complex that was placed in front of them on the river. So when we're talking about design, I like to kind of push back a little bit with the perspective that, we're talking about more than just bricks and mortar. We're talking about the people that occupy those spaces. And I think it's honestly just unconscionable that we're putting the most vulnerable residents in land that you would not consider developing a hospital, a daycare, a school, or anything of that nature. If you wouldn't want your kids occupying a space on that land, you shouldn't want your neighbors doing the same. And kind of as another example of up north in the city of Elizabeth, we saw similar vulnerabilities. For anybody that's familiar with the area, Oakwood Plaza is another affordable housing complex. A similar situation in Newark that was placed right along the river. And going all the way back to the 1970s with Tropical Storm Doria, which is a bit before my time, but That storm raised concerns with really the layout of the plaza and really its location, its resiliency to climate change and natural disasters. And unfortunately, in 2021, Hurricane Ida made contact with the city of Elizabeth. And following that, about 600 residents of that affordable housing complex were displaced, with 4 residents losing their lives in the flooding. And there's really no nice way to say the next point here. There were only 4 deaths, reported deaths, in the city of Elizabeth from Hurricane Ida and specifically flooding. All 4 of those deaths were in the same affordable housing complex on the first floor in a known flood zone that had been around for over 50 years at this point. So we're also seeing similar kind of, we're seeing similar worries starting to form down south, where Atlantic City, experts have kind of generally agreed through consensus and individual kind of reports that by about halfway through the century, as much as half of the city's affordable housing stock could be exposed to rising sea levels. We have actually seen developers within the city as of last year begin doing climate resiliency rehabs on the city's affordable housing units. But I'm also glad to hear that, from the other speakers here, that we do need to also focus on the infrastructure, as if we're making specific pockets resilient against climate change and flooding and other issues, that's well and good. But if the infrastructure around these communities can't survive, then it's kind of null and void. And even in the southern tip of the state, we're seeing similar issues in the municipality of Penns Grove and Salem County, where again, most of the affordable housing stock has been developed along the major tributaries of the Delaware River, where traditionally speaking, other developers would not touch. And this means that every time the town of Penns Grove faces flooding issues, disproportionately speaking, once again, that's a term I'm kind of throwing out here a lot, but disproportionately speaking, the residents of these affordable housing complexes are hit much harder than the residential neighborhoods around them. And so we've already also discussed the other rising factors that we need to consider as well going forward, which is the heat island effect. I don't want to kind of go on in circles here, but it's been discussed already that we're going to see health conditions get exacerbated, especially those that are respiratory. And already affordable housing kind of has that history of being located next to traditionally undesirable areas such as industrial parks, waste storage, and other things. So it's not like these conditions are just going to come out of nowhere. They're going to start to get worse, as was discussed earlier. And the stat that I have to plug in here as a affordable housing advocate is that, in New Jersey, there's about 39 affordable homes for every 100 extremely low income renters. And the national figure is about 37. That being said, it still paints the picture that we are low on affordable housing stock, and the affordable housing stock that we do have is kind of put in the most vulnerable positions. So if we don't have these conversations about how we can build resiliency into the existing housing stock, but also into the new development that we go forward with doing, we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot here, for lack of a better term. If we're already kind of tight on affordable housing, there's no reason to not make the stuff that we already have resilient, and then also going forward, not make what new precious affordable housing we're able to develop not resilient as well. So that was a lot of doom and gloom, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm glad to hear, though, that basically the other speakers have kind of touched upon really the variety of solutions that we need to come together to address this, because from a more technical perspective, the inclination might be to move everyone out of a complex or out of a neighborhood or out of an area and say, we need to figure this out. But you've basically just scattered a community with history and roots to the wind. And I know while this is more of a design perspective, I also, again, want to just give that pushback of these are also people's lives. And we've kind of seen historically, the state can be a little rough with how it handles the managing of moving people after these disasters. We saw multiple cases after both hurricanes where low-income families were given housing vouchers on the other side of the state, despite the fact that they worked in their original neighborhood and they didn't own transportation. And so we also need to make sure that we have a compassionate process going forward for when these disasters do happen, as we can't make them completely disaster proof. So we need to be prepared for that as well. But also just kind of doing the basic risk mitigation that we can do beyond the big stuff, the planting of green infrastructure and other things to basically offset rising air quality concerns. And where I'll kind of offer at least what I feel a big solution should be from the housing perspective is that in New Jersey, we kind of have home rule when it comes to zoning within municipalities, and we really need to start being our own advocates within our own communities, asking why is the zoning conducted like this? Why are the most vulnerable people typically given the shakiest land, and for lack of a better term? And until we actually start collaborating with our communities, our community leaders, and our residents and ourselves, that advocacy that we need at the local level to get these changes done can't be mobilized. But these conversations right now like this are what gets that ball rolling. And I'm glad to hear that, the language is crossing multiple silos and walks of life here. So I think that is where I'm going to cut myself off and open it up to the next presenter. I'm going to drop my contact info as well in the chat, and looking forward to answering any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you so much, Kelvin. This is incredible. I think you have no idea how much we get as researchers from all the knowledge and your experience, and it certainly gets our minds start to think about these things. And I know someone that is very much focused on solutions is Reeves. So Reeves, please tell us about more about your work.
Terrific. Well, thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I walk in the footsteps of giants. It's an amazing group of people. Particularly appreciate the introduction that Dr. Zarbel and Dr. Laumbach gave in terms of your focus. I must say I come from a background of primarily design, but I did spend 10 years with the University of Texas Health Science Center looking at precisely this in the 90s, working with the Mickey Leland Center at its nascent kind of evolution here in Houston. And as Dr. Laurent was quick to say with his kind of perspective of Houston, which I'm going to actually follow up on and finish our conversation today with that particular challenge of that community. But the whole point is looking at not only what is happening, but how our community perceives the way to respond to it. So as both a researcher as well as a designer, we believe at Gensler that we really need to have design driven by database decision making that, my colleagues, the three presentations are all about. And it really is now time to perhaps get to listening to our communities, understanding means to not only take care of their needs now, but their needs in the future. What's often the case when we talk about climate change, particularly in the design profession, is the conversation of how do we avoid the long-term, 2 degrees, 1.2 degree Celsius, et cetera. And so it's all about, often 10, 20 years out, how can we design now to obviously avoid the impacts that have the implications that you all have discussed, and frankly, the considerable consequences or collateral issues of, and here in Houston, we see it, whether it's at the moment drought or too much rain, stormwater, the hurricanes, the urban heat islands, the food deserts, the issue of our infrastructure, whether it be electricity, gas, or water, is complicated by the situations that we see in the long term. Yet, I think in some research we completed at the end of last year that we've released earlier this year, if we look at North America, most of our population, and this is the broad population, not just the underserved, a very small number, 18%, feel that our communities are ready to go, that our communities literally are prepared now for what we're facing now. And so asking these basic questions, as you see on the screen and, watching my time, that the conundrum becomes, how do we listen to the diversity of our community? And, the idea that particularly in a place like Houston with historically redlined and underserved communities, this is even more profound. Briefly, our research looked across North America with the number of respondents that we looked across both the regions, the urban, rural, and suburban locations, as well as our generational elements. And the fact is that in the long run, we don't feel as a nation that we're prepared for what we're facing already, much less in the long term. And I'm going to, in particularly, go to some of the case studies here in Houston based on some research we've been doing, frankly, across the country, including a great partnership with the Rutgers faculty for a project we're doing in Newark, led by our office there, looking at the underserved community and the urban heat island implications relative to green space, trees, et cetera. But the implication is we're no longer in that mode across our communities to debate whether climate change is occurring, or more importantly, is it having an impact on us? In fact, it's to the point in our 2021 research that the vast majority feel it's not only something we need to face, but we need to invest in it. We need to look particularly at our communities. Does my community at any scale have a plan? And in many cases, cities might have plans. Living in Houston, we have a climate action plan, we have a resilience plan, but very few of the communities see it in practice or even know of it. And in our underserved communities, it's almost too late, as I think the presentations you've seen previously. And in fact, it's a pretty consistent uncertainty across the board, particularly for the younger generation, particularly for those in the urban environment that, once again, we've heard already the impacts of the majority of our populations in North America living close to coastal or other water bodies that we're seeing challenges on multiple fronts. The important thing, perhaps, too, in this quick overview I'm giving, unlike, say, the global south, where the climate shift, the climate weirding, the climate change, ranging from drought that then impacts crops and therefore livelihoods, we're not seeing yet the migration or climate immigrants that we see elsewhere in the world, but we're starting to perhaps see some of it in the most challenged environments. We're not seeing mortality, but we are seeing quality of life challenge. Cost of living, even before inflation has hit us, was something that was concerning to those already impacted by the climate events. Quality of life and standard of living, all of that came to be a modifier of a future perspective, meaning where people of all generations, racial backgrounds and ethnicities, etc., it is an impact that is now an everyday worry and an everyday decision-making element for those who can make a choice to move. But as Kelvin just talked about, to be forcibly relocated, the migration that's caused by the inability to rebuild is something we haven't addressed. And as I'll show you the case study here in Houston, it's something that we need to understand of basically hardening or making resilience in place rather than abandoning a neighborhood of long-standing and value. We also are recognizing that what impacts those in our communities are not the generic hurricane, tornadoes, but something that's more insidious, not just single events, but regular occurrences of severe storms, which bring the rain, or extreme heat, which is not only impacting in our research the communities in place, but our healthcare provision. More and more of our emergency rooms are taking care in Houston, Arizona, even in places like Missouri, heat stroke and other elements that don't allow other health care. And we're seeing this in particularly the challenged urban heat island communities, the underserved communities often, that the medical provision is even more challenged because of the climate issues. And there's some research we're doing relative to particularly Black healthcare administrators and what they see as an increasing challenge to provide quality healthcare with this climate shift and the pervasive, shall we say, perspectives of the healthcare community and Black provision of services. We're also recognizing that, once again, just to wrap up this component, that what we're seeing is a fear of the ability to continue a quality of life. It may be everything from getting to the store for food to the problem of power, even IT connection now that we're working at home more often. Connectivity is the real concern and real impact of what's happened now. But going forward, quality of life, can my family be safe, et cetera, are now increasing worries across many of the provisions of services we're seeing in our community. And as designers, that in particular is something that we're focusing on at great kind of investment. What I'd like now then to do is just to finish off my few minutes to jump back to the Kashmir Gardens that at the beginning Dr. Laurent was talking about his engagement here in Houston. It is just up the road from where I'm literally sitting right now. It's effectively an example of what does not work in our current community approach. This is a bit of research being accommodated or accomplished by some colleagues with my wee bit of mentorship who are both of the community and practice in the community. This team has been engaging with the Kashmir Gardens community leaders as we've seen the very challenges that Dr. Laurent, Dr. Bonaventure, Dr. Body have been talking about previously. The idea of the challenges of climate change on this particular community. The great background real quickly is this community in one fell swoop is facing almost all of the things we've talked about, ranging from the degradation of the infrastructure, roadways, water, power, continual flooding, the issue of a high rental and therefore a large landowner component about what gets fixed or doesn't get fixed and how long it takes to get fixed. We now have switched within a few years to a drought situation where Houston is around 25 to 30% below what it normally should be, which means we see some other challenges with our soils and how houses are stable or not stable with drought. the urban heat island impact, limiting any kind of outdoor activity, including getting to the grocery stores if there's any close by. We had both this winter and through winters ago, the extreme freezes that with our particular building approach, which is called pier and beam, lifting our houses up to ostensibly avoid some of this flooding, or at least keeping the houses cool. And the vast majority of the houses in this neighborhood are not air conditioned. But by lifting the building up, we actually are seeing pipes exposed to now a new reality of freezing in Texas, which then led to a great degradation of individual homes' ability to have even water service in their house. And so with this pipe breaking implication, particularly with a landlord, many weeks going by before even basic services were continued. And here you can see just, in one neighborhood over a couple of years, what has happened, in the last plus or minus 6 years, at least 6 floods in the Kashmir Garden areas. And being close by to things like major arterials, often those arterials become the place of respite, as you can see in the lower image. And the fact is, we're looking at, 24 inches of rain in one day or 43 inches of rain in 2 days. And you can see the scale of damage. Our particular focus, though it's not the topic today, is the insurability and whether that insurance can actually help. We see an increasing cost of flood insurance, federal flood insurance, that is the precursor or the necessity of any kind of insurance, any kind of homeowner's insurance. And we're seeing increasingly in these particular parts of the community, and you can see the scale of our Harris County flood zones with our bayou systems, but effectively communities with median incomes of $30,000 or less are not likely to get and afford even a federal government flood insurance, which then basically eliminates any insurance for the house, any liability, any damage, any fire, meaning many of these communities are totally exposed if they own their property for multiple generations. One more climate impact that's really a problem. And as you can see with the scale of this, the insurability is kind of the fundamental reality to getting a loan and getting a house to live in with your family, all driven by this repeated climate challenge coming about in Kashmir Gardens. And so we've done some deep dives, and this is what Dr. Laurent was talking about. This is an area close inside what's called the Loop 610. It has not only the proximity to this regular flooding, and you can see bayou systems basically surround it, but it's also located just northwest of a rail yard with another historic challenge, perhaps less climate change, but the reality of the underserved and problematic communities. Many of the folks in this community worked for the railroads over the last 120 years, and that rail yard was where the rail companies created the creosote ties and other chemistry for durability of the railroad right-of-way and the rolling stock. And the large plumes of the creosote and other womanizing and other chemicals are now finding their way into not only the soils of that community, but it's also another community, somewhat separate from climate change, but impacted by it, that has still a number of wells and septic systems giving the problematic infrastructure service from the city to this particular part of our community. Here's the location in the center city of Houston. So it is not at a great distance from downtown Houston, which is located just kind of between the red outline, which is Kashmir Gardens, and then some of the other communities that have some equal challenges with flooding. And so just understanding, you can see the scale of the nature of this community. And without going into it, the very nature of how we build, of the infrastructure, of the groundscaping that is primarily ditches for conveyance of stormwater, this is the kind of historic non-alignment with climate challenges that, with the context of the recognition we need to be far better prepared, these communities already start from a disadvantage. And as designers working with our community, working with the city and county leaders, this is really a very important facet for ours as we try to understand, both in partnership with advocacy, perhaps working at a political level, but more importantly, helping this community in a number of ways through projects we have designing affordable housing that, again, thank you, Kelvin, for talking about how important the housing stock needs to be for what is a very, very much of a challenged community across our city. And just what I want to perhaps end with, again, the idea of bridging the partnership that you all represent of a deep investigative data-based research knowledge notion and applying it to not just the design of individual projects, but the design of our important cities of the future, the connection to the city's kind of organizational and leadership approach through advocacy of the design community for us is extremely important. And with that, again, I just show you that even design firms are now trying to get to better understand their communities in partnership with the leaders that you all represent in this panel and of course for the rest of the day. So with that, I just wanted to give you a quick overview of what and who we are in Houston. And with that, Dr. Laurent, I will turn it back to you all.
Thank you, Reeves. And I would ask Josephine and Kelvin to join us for a brief discussion on this topic. So something that I learned as I was doing this research in Kashmir Gardens, the obligated question is, what are your alternatives, right? And some of our volunteer participants were very insightful, and they said, you know, we flood recurrently. No one guarantees me if I go to another community, this is not going to happen. Mm-hmm. But you know what happened when we got the flooding? My neighbor helped me take out my 90-year-old grandmother and out of harm's way. So here I have my community, right? So I think, Kevin, you couldn't say it better. The risk is that we just take the simpler approach and say relocate and scatter the communities into the wind, scatter their culture, scatter their past. So this is very powerful and moving, and I think we think of or at least I think of the word design as a very high level word, but I think it has to be probably translated into key items of what we need, what defines resilient design in these places, right? I'm worried that from the design perspective, the solution is going higher and higher, right? And I don't know if you saw the massive destruction potential from the last event in Florida. Second floor apartments completely ruined, right? So I want to posit the question here is, how could we see design acting not only at the housing level, just like Kelvin said, but more like a community, a combination of infrastructure, community infrastructure measures. I know that, for example, in Kashmir Garden, and I would love Reeves to tell us a little bit more, they have addressed the bayous, and I think they have at least ameliorated a little bit the flooding problem there. So welcome to hear from your opinions on this.
Real quick, since it's quiet, let me talk a little bit about the bayou system, which is also very much how Florida works. You know, these flat coastal plains, you know, these water courses are basically drainage elements. There's not rivers per se. And the bayou system historically has been an Army Corps, and in Harris County, the Corps of Engineers working with the Harris County Flood Control District. The key there is to think ecologically at a very large scale. I showed you the bayou system in Houston. You know, there's hundreds of sub-tributaries and about 10 majors. And the problem is, like Kashmir Gardens, if you live near the confluence of the bayou system, you know, all of that water that is hitting the impervious, the permanent paving that Kashmir Gardens is surrounded by, the water has no place to go but across your yards, and even if you live on high ground, like say I do near downtown, 24 inches of rain still stands on the ground. And so historically, this notion of raising the shotgun houses, the little cottages off the ground, to your point, Dr. Laurent, how high can you go? And this isn't coastal. This isn't like the poor southwest coast of Florida that had the tidal surge, which, by the way, thankfully we don't find in Houston. But that is an impact on, say, the challenged island of Galveston that has a very high community or high number of housing authority and community members that are constantly buffeted by now another issue called tidal surge. How high can you go? And the problem becomes the cost of that maintenance, much less the construction, and the quality of life is really questionable. I mean, what we miss is making, a neighborhood work 360 days a year when that 5 days we're challenged. Do we build, and I call it the Game of Thrones theory, which is, do we want to live in castles that are really expensive, really terrible places to live, kind of suck the life out of the place just for the worst case? How do we find the balance in the collective thinking of a quality life that encourages, healthy places, walkability, community components? And you're absolutely right, Dr. Laurent, the communities that help each other out, we can't dispel or disperse, but how do we make it a wonderful place to be? And I don't know that we yet have an answer. I mean, from the urban heat island issues to we put in more greening in parks, which is one answer, but that then creates the infamous gentrification push. We're doing some research in Little Haiti in Miami with a great team that's looking at that as a high and dry community, and it's now attracting the affluent, pushing out those who have been there for generations because it's a place to be away from the water. And so the reality of proximity to work and so forth is thrown out the window because you've got a high and dry spot within Miami, which now basically tides put it underwater twice to 3 times a month. And so you're absolutely right. How we create the balance of the design, community, durability, and resilience, as Kelvin was noting, is a real challenge I think we're still trying to get our arms around.
And I can offer briefly, so it's going to kind of circle back to the advocacy piece I was talking about, where really if the designers have a concerned community behind them approving of this, pushing for it, it really gives a whole new weight, especially if those people are active voters. That's a shameless plug to vote right there if you don't. But in the Terrell Holmes example I gave in Newark, that actually was slated to get knocked down. And one of our members, Ironbound Community Corporation, actually managed to mobilize the residents, kind of did a local, advocacy, local awareness campaign about how these residents have a real rich history here. They have relationships, and you're not only just making them start over from scratch with housing, you're making them start over from scratch, like as human beings in a new area. And they managed to successfully lobby the city to actually propose a new design for an affordable housing complex on the same location. But the proposed design now has it built in where the first floor is pretty much all shops, stores, and like parking, so that it's better to lose property than people if the floodwater is going to come through the area. So in that way, it was a nice compromise of we might not be able to avoid the floodwaters coming through here without massive infrastructure changes, but we can at least mitigate the damage that it does to the people who occupy these spaces if they want to stay here. And in this case, they did. So they're trying to respect that right now with new designs. But that was like, as Reeves was saying, that was pretty much like a combination of the designers proposing something sensible and then an advocate, a community organization mobilizing its kind of its residents and its clients, and then doing a real successful advocacy push to the local municipality.
Well, Kelvin, I think that's a great story. I wonder, from my perspective, we try to think of the solutions looking at the environmental challenges. Others look like the design solutions, and I think really what I hear from many groups, this is really a situation where financial institutions and financial innovation is critical, right? Because in some ways, it's a simple equation. You disinvest in a place, that place just degrades environmentally. It keeps losing value. It adds new challenges come. You have to somehow revert that situation. Do you see any potential lessons learned from a gentrification? So in other words, could the flow of money be different so that it preserves, it protects the people in the community, but at the same time, they benefit from what it seems, investment and people that have that money. I noticed that you said you interact with the philanthropic associations, private developers. There must be something that they are thinking on along these lines, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of where you start to leave the realm of the environmental issues, because that's more when you, and I don't want to detract from what we're talking about here, but that's really where you start to get into whether the municipality holds the developer to task, whether they have to enter prearranged agreements if their money is entering. Do you have to hire local? Do you have to divert some of your revenue to repairing the infrastructure that you're going to be using? And that, I think that speaks to really what you were saying at the beginning of this session, that there's so many moving parts that need to come together to tackle an issue this big, that yeah, it's going to be a design issue. It's going to be an advocacy issue. It's going to be an economic equity issue for, you know, when we start to really make these places resilient or rebuild them, who are we giving the priority at the table for that? Is it, yeah, new people coming in to capitalize on that opportunity, or is it the people that stuck with it through the bad times and are now here for the good times?
And if I could jump in, I think there's something that Kelvin said that I want to pull in Josephine, because her particular focus, I think, is a point we can't miss here. There's the house and the home, and then there's the community in which that house and the home sits. And that interface is often forgotten. You know, we insure the house. Who insures the neighborhood? And as you noted, Dr. Laurent, when things happen and the house floods, and this is a great story in Houston, you know, we tear everything out that got wet and we put it on the side of the road, which, by the way, blocks the sidewalks, which makes the neighborhoods full of debris and other problems. And we expect it to magically disappear, AKA the taxpayer pays the, you know, the waste management folks, City of Houston, Waste Management, Inc., whoever it may be, to get rid of it. In Houston, we blow through an entire year's budget in 1 week cleaning up after these floods. So the taxpayer is not just there to help decisions about how we build our homes, but we're responsible for making the neighborhood livable again. And there was a quick question on the sidebar that Carrie forwarded. The connection of climate change with diabetes and obesity has been really well documented by the public health here in Houston, which is if it's too hot, you don't go out and walk. If you don't walk, you sit in the house and watch television. Plus, the climate, with what we've talked about, is talking about our infrastructure, including roadways and sidewalks, absolutely being decimated with our funny soils. Super dry, super wet, your sidewalks become roller coasters. Once more, if you're not sure of your walking capability, you don't go out to walk, which then leads to all of those, you know, issues that Josephine very much hit on, you know, and we're seeing this in spades in our communities like Kashmir Gardens.
Yeah, to add to that, I think it's important to note that all the climate change factors that we always discuss, they're going to have direct and indirect effects on human health. And I think the obesity is one that's more of an indirect effect. As he said, if it's hot, people won't go outside as much. They won't move their bodies as much. And then when you have later effects on food insecurities, and people are sometimes forced to make decisions to choose foods that are not healthy, and not eating foods that are not healthy for you have been linked to obesity. And so these are very clear things, but they may be more direct and indirect effect of climate change.
I wondered if I may also quickly follow up on a point you made, Josephine, earlier with utilities, which is that you know, something I neglected to mention was that, you know, you very accurately made the point that as these conditions get worse, people are going to stay inside longer, use more heat, use more AC, and that's tightening the budget for people who are already looking at probably the tightest budgets in the state. So it's just another way that, again, the people who are already kind of in most need of help are kind of being hit the worst by this.
Absolutely. And New Jersey is trying to create opportunities for people in overburdened communities to access ways to bring clean energy to their neighborhoods and clean transportation. But to your point, people in those neighborhoods need to know about these things. So there needs to be a movement towards explaining these opportunities to people to help better their environments around themselves.
I think that's a huge issue in terms of how that message comes across and who delivers it. Many of my young professionals are seeing that, which is, you know, the disparity between age, or the disparity between perhaps gender / you know, ethnicity, et cetera. You know, who delivers the message about ways out of the challenge, or ways to, not out, but perhaps mitigate. You know, that's a very important bridge that I think we all should work on. And again, Kelvin, you're absolutely right in terms of advocacy. No one trusts the politicians, even less so around climate. I mean, climate seems to be the Achilles heel of whichever party you're looking at locally. And the conundrum becomes the engineers and designers that try to fix the problem are often looked at as those that make it worse. So the conundrum to me becomes the way that collectively those who have some insight, not the answer, but perhaps suggestions to work together. It's the process of community engagement is really lacking in many of the discussions around climate change. Even public health and general health is an issue connected, Josephine, as you've noted, that ostensibly should be a driver for this conversation, but it's often siloed. We're talking about one thing and another at different times, or we focus on the usual things of politics. It could be trash pickup, which, by the way, as pointed by one of the questioners, there is a connection of superheat and what happens to our waste. But the fact is, the integrated nature of how all this works together, I think, is kind of missing to most of our public officials, and in some cases, our design professionals. Again, as Kelvin, you brought up several times.
Yeah, Reeves, and before I let Carrie ask questions that I think we have in the chat or any other questions from the audience, I really like that question, who delivers the message? So at least as I start this new phase in my academic career, I get the privilege to deal with all these new talents, right? New people that are devoted time to public health. And I would say, do you think that could be one of the good messengers, students that reach out to the community, that train people within the community and have a fresh message rather than, like, I don't know, as you said, certainly not politicians?
Well, again, had the advantage of probably was one of the pioneering groups within public health, the Mickey Leland Center that I mentioned, named after, of course, one of our great representatives who died delivering humanitarian aid, like so many leaders couldn't sit still. And that group did very much focused on the air quality issues of the industry in Houston and the adverse impacts on the communities. They were able, that is, that organization with a balance of, I think, forward-thinking faculty with their students, with the kind of focus on let's work together, and the outcome is not someone's going to make money, but rather knowledge. I do think that's where the Mickey Leland Center, as an example, with its political challenges at the time, it made advances here in Houston, actually opened the Pandora's box of the plastic industries and its impact on the adjacent neighborhoods, which 25 years later is a given, and we're documenting it. But it does take, Dr. Laurent, a long time. The timing is multi-generational. And I think that's one of the conundrums with faculty and students is the speed or pace with which we answer these questions. 25 years ago and now 25 years forward, I'm not sure what the climate situation will be in 25 years if it takes that long to kind of get the same response that the Mickey Leland Center did. But at least it made progress versus, other insiders didn't. And so I think your point's well taken.
If I could just very quickly as a last aside here, which is if your organization does have the capacity to preemptively form these relationships with the community groups, it's really beneficial to do so because, anecdotally speaking, you don't want to end up in a position where you're trying to form that relationship and tackle a new problem at the exact same time. It's just such a mess. So if you already have that relationship, not even with the community at large, but at least a few select representatives of it, that gives you such a better foot in the door than trying to basically just rebuild the wheel from scratch as soon as you begin, especially following a disaster. You want to be seen as preemptive in this and not reactive.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. And also, just wanted to add that there's been a big campaign in the DEP to get a lot of information out there with social media. The Division of Science and Research also has its own social Instagram, not to plug it, but I do help organize that, so I'm going to plug it. But like that outreach is very important. Social media is a way to communicate with people, and we need to use it and use it better, and to be louder than the voices that share false information.
Thank you, Josephine. So, Carrie, we still have a couple of minutes. I don't know if you want to bring up some of the questions from the audience.
Sure. It looks like you've addressed some questions already. But the obesity question, but we also have a couple statements. Kathy and Jerry are offering that children and young athletes are increasingly exposed to high levels of heat in schoolyards and on sports fields due to heat retaining surfacing materials. For example, rubber and plastic, synthetic turf, carpeting that are much hotter than asphalt. please, they want you to address that for a second. I also want to point out, same person is talking about tire and plastics on children's schoolyards. And so if you could address that, and then I'll just say, just go ahead and address that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good point. It adds to the heat island effects. There have been many studies, I think I saw some in the question and answer section, of people sharing some resources on this topic. It's true, though, that the heat island effect contributed by artificial turf is also pales in comparison to the other built environment that produces way more heat, the buildings in the area, than just the surface of the surface heat. But it is true, artificial turf will get hotter. So some of the ways to get around that is to be aware of the external environment, the temperatures, and try to not have children playing on fields at the peak of the heat of the day. So change when the schedulings are, if that's available. And also there are, if you can add shelters that allow people to get a little relief in shaded environments. There have been some studies showing that that helps in mitigating the exposure to the excessive heat. But yes, natural grass seems like a preferred option, but then when you have to balance maintenance, there's a lot of things to factor. So it's not a clear cut and dry, this is better than the other, but that is something to consider.
All right, thank you. I'm going to actually turn it over to Memo to go ahead and close up, and then I'm going to introduce Amy.
Thanks, Carrie. Really very grateful to Josephine and Reeves and Kelvin that had to leave before, but I offer my sincere time for further collaboration in projects, so we don't leave this conversation open, okay?
Excellent. You guys did a stunning job. Let's all clap from home. Now it's time to introduce Amy Goldsmith. If you had a chance to look at the picture that we sent around, I'm very happy about this picture of Amy Goldsmith because she happens to be in my town, Asbury Park. So that's a great picture of her, and take a look. I can't say enough about Amy. I met Amy on my first day of work in a real job in the early 90s. We were in front of the incinerator on Doremus Avenue doing a press conference, first day on the job. She's and she never stopped. She's still doing press conferences in front of incinerators and being a great advocate. What can I say about Amy more? She is the state director, the New Jersey State Director of Clean Water Action and Clean Water Action Fund. She is our chair at the Coalition for Healthy Ports. She is our faithful and committed community advisory board member of our center, the Center for Environmental Exposures and Disease. And if you know anything about Amy, she doesn't stop even in her public and private life. She's moderating debates right now, and you know, getting all sorts of requests to do all sorts of interesting civic participation. No further ado, Amy is going to give us a public policy update until 11:30.
Okay. Well, hi everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all, and thank you for that kind introduction. And Clean Water Action is a national organization that works at the local and state and national level, and we do endorse pro-environmental candidates to office, and we do our work with an eye towards justice. We've done a lot of environmental and climate work for quite some time, even before it was popular. And I left out a whole bunch of things around housing and other issues because Kevin was so eloquent about them, and I knew he was going to cover them. So thank you for that talk about justice. But I will talk about some of the policies that are brewing right now that address, you know, and speak to that issue of housing and flooding. So as many of the previous speakers have stated, you know, it's good to have the science and agree on the need, but the policy, the money, the enacting the programs that are needed are not keeping pace to climate change. And so if we don't act quickly and decisively and aggressively, and I'd have to say against polluters, we're all going to be burnt to a crisp and underwater, as has been articulated, and we've already seen that happen. And we already know that in environmental justice, Black, brown, low income, language isolated communities, that's happening more and faster, and it's not right, it's not just, and we can't keep doing things this way. So public policy comes in many shapes and sizes and geographic reaches. Some of our policies have justice and equity at its core or in mind, and others have none of it at all. It's just completely oblivious to justice in the community and equity. And so one thing we need to look at is that policy comes in many different places, but also comes in many different forms. It could be legislation, regulation, budget priorities, executive orders, local ordinances, plan adoptions, issuing or denying permits, as one of the vehicles is our new proposed environmental justice rules, and or the on the ground implementation of policy or community practice that's adopted by the neighborhood, not waiting for the government to act. And I think Kevin was speaking to that, as others, is communities have to take charge of their own communities, because government is pulled by other special interests and not always looking at the community first and foremost. So being proactive in our strategies and models is really critical, and envisioning, designing, implementing at the community level by people who are most impacted and benefited. I've never seen a policy adopted, at government's own initiative that has been very proactive or progressive or enlightening. It's always been because of the push and the pull of community people. And again, evidenced by the environmental justice law, Clean Water Action, Ironbound Community Corporation, New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance never gave up. It was a 12-year effort. And, it finally came to fruition because the Black Lives Matter moment happened, and we took advantage of that opportunity to make the best law that we could possibly make, and then to push hard to get the best rules we could get. So, it doesn't happen because, government means well. The governor of New Jersey speaks well about climate change, but his policies are not reflecting his rhetoric. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of those things in my remaining time. So I'm not trying to completely depress you. There is work to be done, and I've been doing this work for 37 years. And the reason why I keep doing this work is that we have a track record of winning with our EJ partners, as I just spoke about. But whether it's on private well testing or lead service lines or mercury emissions for trash incinerators and smelters, and many more policies, we can win even in the challenges that we get at the State House or in the agencies. And when it comes to climate mitigation, which is, we're talking about reducing greenhouse gases, and climate adaptation, which often speaks to resiliency, there are many policies that are put forth, but there are often many loopholes. And unfortunately, in the state of New Jersey, we have a great framework, but we only have 4 of the 17 rules adopted, and constant raids on the funding. And now we have an opportunity through federal funding to do a lot of resiliency and climate work in places that need it the most, in our Black and brown and low income language isolated communities. And we're going to have to fight like heck to make sure that money goes to the right places and not doing the wrong things, like widening highways and not providing public transit in a good way. So the framework for New Jersey is the governor adopted signed 3 executive orders, number 28 in 2018, 100 in 2020, and 274 in 2021. The first one was to say that the agencies all have to shift away from energy production from fossil fuels that contribute to climate change. The second was to adopt an energy master plan and 100% clean energy by 2050. And that directed the agencies to develop these PACT rules, which is protecting against climate threat rules, which are 2 years behind. And then the last one was to actually say that we need to get a 50% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030 and 80% by 2050. So all of these sort of create the framework for doing the right thing, but then how do you get the agencies to do the right thing and the state? So just a couple of highlights in my remaining moments is that one, these PACT rules, one is for emissions reduction and the other is for adaptation. As I said, they're 2 years overdue. One aspect of it is the flood hazard rule. In June, there was going to be an emergency rule that came out in response to Ida, which would have been already 9 months after Ida happened. The governor put a halt to those rules, and now a stakeholder process is starting, which means we won't have rules probably for another year. Just a frame of reference, Christie did emergency rules in 2 months after Sandy. So what's the problem with our current governor? So we should ask that question. When the state didn't take action around stopping fossil fuels, as was directed by Executive Order 28, we formed and co-lead a coalition called Empower New Jersey, which is working to stop 7 fossil fuel projects. And if they were allowed to proceed, we'd actually be increasing our greenhouse gases and co-pollutants, not decreasing. Totally contrary to his executive orders. And then the environmental justice laws was stated actually does provide some mitigation by not permitting new facilities or setting conditions to existing facilities or expansions. The other thing is that 42% of our climate emissions in New Jersey and co-pollutants like black carbon and diesel from diesel is coming from transportation. And there's a number of transportation laws or electric vehicles for cars. There's also clean trucks policies, all of which are sort of accelerating the purchasing of electric vehicles over periods of time. New Jersey Transit is supposed to do 100% of its purchases of electric buses by 2032. It currently has 1 electric bus, supposed to have 7. They just bought 500 diesel buses and their fleet is 2,200 buses. So we're not going in the right direction here, and some of it is funding, some of it is charging station challenges, but not a lot of vision going on and getting to where we need to go, but also working out the mechanics and learning from lessons in New York. New York has a much larger electric bus fleet than we do. So there's lessons to be learned to avoid the challenges of making this work, but New Jersey's not going in the right direction. So when government isn't working, we work. And as Carrie mentioned, we have a rotating chair of the Coalition for Healthy Ports. I was a founding chair, but we rotate our chair. But we're also doing an emerging warehouse fights and unwanted land uses and that increase diesel emissions. So when the government is not acting, we act and press. I mentioned earlier that budget is policy, and it's really vitally important that we understand that and play in this arena and make a difference and fight back. The Clean Energy Fund is a ratepayer fund that all ratepayers, low income and rich people alike, pay into. It's a societal fund. It's supposed to go to energy efficiency for low income ratepayers to help give them comfort, you know, in their homes, but also to reduce their utility rates. And the big problem here is that over $1 billion over the last 10 years have been raided from the Clean Energy Fund to balance the budget. And so it hasn't been used for the intended purpose. Every governor that we've had in the last 10 years, Democrats and Republicans alike, have used it to balance the budget or to pay for some operating costs of the New Jersey Transit. Laudable goal, laudable purpose, but not what this fund was intended for. The other is that we're paying, the state is paying a renewable energy credit to trash incinerators, because when the deregulation of energy happened probably over 15 years ago, they called incinerators renewable energy, waste energy plants. They're not. They should never be called renewable energy. They spew lots of climate emissions. And so we shouldn't be doing that. And there's a fight that ICC, Ironbound Community Corporation, is leading and we're supporting. It's $30 million that we keep handing out to Covanta when they don't need it. We shouldn't pay for that. And there's a lot of federal money available right now through infrastructure funds. Pretty challenging for the state to suddenly ramp up all their grant writing. They're very complex grants for very specific purposes, but it's important for us to be creative about how we use the money and make sure we get the money to the right places rather than just frittering the money away. And the last thing I wanted to say is that if we don't address the issue of good jobs and clean air going hand in hand, we will have people who are, you know, working now in fossil fuel and other industries who will not want to give up those things because they want security for their family, economic security, and rightfully so. But we also have to work to bring people into the job market and support those people who have been largely left out and left behind, not just in a green energy economy, but in the whole economy. And that's not right, it's unjust, and it's mostly BIPOC communities that have been left out and left behind. So there are some efforts right now to draft legislation to work on this. There was a recent report that First Lady Tammy Murphy put out on green energy and green economy, and such an important thing. And lastly, I'd say we're working on a constitutional right for clean air and clean water, which is a climate policy, has been as articulated earlier. There could be a ballot question on the Green Amendment that would provide, you know, constitutional rights and legal redress in this regard. So all tools need to be used in the toolbox. The community does it best, but we have to make sure we get the policies and the money and the legal capability, you know, to support communities who do it best and know what's right for their community. So I'm going to stop there.
Well, Amy, thanks so much for that brief but really important statement about what's really going on in Trenton and elsewhere. And wish you had more time to speak, but I need to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker, Soko Setaguchi, is going to speak about what Rutgers is doing in general terms, because in some ways we're just getting started. We have a climate action plan that was just introduced less than a year ago, but she's going to talk briefly and give us a briefing on climate change and healthcare systems in particular in the Academic Medical Center. She's both a cardiologist and an epidemiologist. She's a leader of several programs that are teaching our residents and physicians and other students. So without further ado, Dr. Setaguchi.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you for having me. I'm going to share a slide. So I think, thank you, Rob. I think I'm going to probably talk about more general term about climate change from health and healthcare perspective. As you kindly introduced, I'm a physician. I see patients with medical students and residents, but also a researcher in epidemiology and health services research. So kind of go through some slides to sort of talk about climate change from my perspective. Here. And let me know if you're seeing the slide in presentation mode. Great. Thank you. So as you all know, the temperature is going up. And then this is from IPCC report, just to show that really that rising temperature is due to human activities, including burning of coal, oil, gas, deforestation, livestock farming, fertilizers, so on and so forth. So you just heard that from the previous speaker as well. And then interestingly, in fact, that when human activities goes down, carbon emission goes down. When we had it in COVID, the complete lockdown of Italy actually decreased carbon emissions by 20%. The result of warming globe is, as you know, is not only more heat waves, more intense, more frequent, more longer duration heat waves, but also more wildfires, more droughts, and then more severe weathers. You also just heard about Aida, you know, which we witnessed, and then this is like a more than 100 billion cost, and then 100 more than lives claimed. And then more recently, Ian in Florida, more than 130 people died. And then I think currently estimated as 60 billion sort of loss in properties, but it's going to be much more because it shut down the, supply chains and businesses. The impact of climate change on health, this is from the CDC, is really broad. Just starting of extreme heat causing heat-related illness, deaths, cardiovascular failure, and the severe weather events claiming fatalities, injuries, and mental health impact. The air pollution that caused by extreme heat or warming temperature, as well as from wildfire, is causing asthma and cardiovascular disease, changing sort of in vector ecologies, and then changing season, kind of shift in the season can increase certain types of vector-borne diseases, and then allergies. And then water quality is also impacted, and then the CO2 content in the atmosphere reduces the crop nutrition, and then might cause malnutrition. And then eventually that affected populations, especially in the developing world, can get forced migrations and civil conflict. And then of course there's a huge mental health impact on that. What's emphasized is really not only in the developing world, but in our world, in the US, that the impact of these sort of climate change is concentrated in the vulnerable populations, including communities of color, children, older adults, low-income communities. So there's a really clear pathway from climate change to health, how sort of that changes the sort of diseases we might see in the healthcare system, and of course increase the burden on health. That also require our healthcare system to be prepared and more resilient as well. But this is just a one-way sort of relationship between climate change and healthcare system. There's another way, which has been emphasized recently, as we create tremendous waste in the healthcare system. Throw everything away except the patients and the surgeons is really what's happening in the system. That everything is now disposable. I've actually witnessed, and when I was going to medical school in Japan, many things were reusable, cloth gowns, reusable trays, but everything is now disposable. Healthcare is really a huge economy. It represents 18% of US economy, and it creates tremendous waste, as I said. Interestingly, COVID, even though that decreased the carbon emission due to lower human activities, it did increase medical waste by 500% at its peak in Wuhan. And there's other sort of data showing like similar increase has been observed in other countries. So we're really both part of the problem, part of the solution, as said by Sir Simon Stevens at NHS. The healthcare system is part of the solutions and part of the problem. It is a huge economy, as I said. So if we put the whole healthcare system in the world, that becomes the 5th largest emitter of the planet. So healthcare climate footprint is 4.4% of the net emissions globally, but US actually leads in the healthcare emission, that it consists of 27% of the global healthcare footprint. And then it is based depending on the literature, it is 8.5% to 10% of all US emissions. As you see in this table, the China is a top emitter, but if you just look at the healthcare system, US is the top emitter. And then the majority of that sort of emission comes from what they call scope 3, the indirect sort of part of the emission that is through healthcare supply chain. So all the disposals that you saw, that's part of the huge problem that we have. So there's really circular sort of continuous cycle between climate change and health and healthcare system. And then we really need to break these cycles from, health and healthcare perspective. And then that's something that Rob a little bit mentioned that, Rutgers can tackle as a part of the OFSA's climate action, but also more so from the healthcare system side. Rutgers partners with a large healthcare system, RWJ Barnabas Health, and then really together with Barnabas Health that we can make changes through healthcare sustainability. And then RHS is really committed to create a system or a center to work with them to really achieve these missions to reduce carbon emissions from healthcare system, but also increase resiliency in the community, and then healthcare resiliency as well. So how do we solve that? And then it's really something that it's being increasingly talked about these days, that we really need to green our healthcare system. That include reducing waste, recycling more, repurposing it more, reducing chemicals that is harmful, implement sustainable procurement, reduce energy consumption, and then greening operating systems and procedures, as well as creating, farms and then green space, rooftop gardens, and then promoting a diet that is health and planetary, sort of human health and planetary health sort of friendly. So in fact, that UK has started this back in 2008, and now 2020, NHS became the world's first national health system to commit to become carbon net zero, backed by clear deliverables and milestones, which is really well articulated and documented in the documents that they published already. And then in the US, it's been happening. I mean, it's still a small fraction of healthcare system that is really focused on healthcare sustainability, but people have been working on it. And then this is really just the data to show that practicing sustainable healthcare is really also cost saving to the healthcare system. This is from the data gathered by Practice Green Health, which is the organization that create a network of healthcare systems that work on healthcare sustainability, and then provide, all the sort of guidance and support to the healthcare system. They show that, within the 353 Practice Green Health participating hospitals, they do save money through these healthcare sustainability practices, which is waste reductions and recycling, energy reduction, reducing meat in the food they provide, and then water reductions, and then greening operating rooms. On average, they save about $1 million per facility. And then the operating room itself is actually $47,000 per operating room. And then not only it's cost saving, sustainable healthcare practice is really makes the business case. It also attracts employee recruitment, good employees, and then retain sort of good retention. To provide community benefit and improve patient outcomes, build resilience. Maybe these hospitals garner positive publicity, especially in these days, and can stand out in competitive market. So since early 2020, which is the beginning of COVID, the network, Practice Green Health Network, has grown to be more than 14,000 hospitals. And then our partner healthcare system actually joined Practice Greenhouse this year as well. And then, as you know, that the many healthcare sectors are joining President Biden administration pledge to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 50% by 2030. And then again, Barnabas has joined, pledged that as well. And as an individual physician, especially, the emissions is coming from waste that is mostly concentrated through procedures. I think this is a article that published in Endoscopy, really focusing on a GI procedure, but individual physicians and procedurists can really, make differences practicing sustainability in what they do. So not only, greening healthcare system, we can also shift, create a paradigm shift in the healthcare system. What I mean by that is really that we really need to change our current healthcare system, which is high emission sick care, to a green healthcare system. The health is really not to take care of, sick people, but really prevent people being actually getting sick in the first place. We need more focus on preventions, and then that might include promote health through lifestyle interventions, providing planetary health diet in hospital system. We also need to educate these current and future health professionals. In the era of technology, we really need to maximize the benefit of it. And then we can eliminate overuse and misuse of medical products and procedures through, technologies that we have in this healthcare system. We also can use technology to provide remote monitoring and telehealth to reduce unnecessary transportation. And then the third piece is really we need to expand the role of the healthcare system to really go out to the community, promote sustainable businesses, and support health community and enhance social justice. But also using the purchasing power, we can promote sustainable businesses and agriculture. In fact, the Barnabas House has this SICI, Social Impact and Community Investment Program, and then has been doing, some similar to what I just said. That first they actually built the greenhouse in the Beth Israel Medical Center, and then providing that sort of opportunity like farmers market from the produce to the community. And they also created what they call Pharmacy with F to provide fresh produce to serve the community members living in Hudson County who are food insecure and has chronic diseases. And then recently, though, New York City has implemented this radical sort of thing, but it's very interesting that plant-based meals as a default options for patients in New York City public hospitals. And food is in fact really single strongest lever to optimize human health and environmental sustainability on health per Lancet, Eat Lancet Commission. So current US diet is really like this, that it's driven by unhealthy, not healthy, and then also not planetary healthy diet, which has to really change to more vegetable, fruits consumptions and less of meat and then dairy and then other sort of product that is not good for human health, but also not good for planetary health. So just really the summary, this is what I kind of summarized from my recent publication that I did with Dr. Omari, who's the Vice Chancellor of Rutgers Biomedical Health Sciences. Really, we walked through what I just went through to kind of talk about climate change and healthcare system. There are many resources to learn about, how climate change, health and healthcare system kind of interact. And really the, health sector sort of lead, what's happening right now is really exciting that the health sector leaders in US and several international medical societies appear to be committed to develop sustainable measures to combat the climate change and crisis. And then, we have many sort of levers to sort of leverage that. To one is to practice sustainable healthcare, and then create a paradigm shift to really promote healthcare system rather than sick care system, and then use them technology to reduce overuse, misuse, and then promote telehealth and remote monitoring. I think this is my last slide.
Well, thank you. I think that's really a great overview of sort of how health and environment and climate are connected in ways that I think many people don't really think about in terms of, that we're all aware that the U.S., at least in the healthcare sector, we're all aware that U.S. is the most expensive healthcare, but also we're leading in emissions of greenhouse gases as well, and we don't have the best outcomes. So those things are all connected in a way, as I think came through from your talk. So unfortunately, we don't have more time to talk. We have a 10-minute break though now, but we need that break before we have our keynote speaker at noon, Dr. Andre Sayegh, the mayor of Paterson. So I think we're going to see everybody back in 10 minutes. So again, Dr. Setoguchi, thank you very much. Looking forward to continuing conversation.
I want to thank everybody who is here watching this today. Our conference is on climate change, health, and justice. And we like to talk to all different people, including be on the ground in municipalities. And Paterson is a frontline community dealing with climate change, dealing with almost every urban issue there is. Paterson's a huge city in the state of New Jersey. I want to introduce first Aishia Hayes, because she's the Director of Policy and Planning for the city of Paterson. She comes to Paterson from the Urban Mayors Association. She was a coordinator. We're not gonna speak, but I just want to introduce her. Come on up just for a second. I'm Shea, I'm sorry. At the Power Woman here, she managed the portfolio of the New Jersey Urban Mayors Association, an organization with membership of over 30 municipal leaders. She was also active in the Citizens Campaign, right? But you've done a whole lot of stuff. We are so happy and thankful that Aishia went from the Urban Mayors Association to being one of the top aides to one of the top mayors in the state of New Jersey. So congratulations. Okay, now we're going to introduce Mayor Sayegh, because you don't want to hear me speak. You want to hear Mayor Sayegh speak. But let me tell you, he has a bachelor's degree from Seton Hall University with a bachelor's degree in history. He earned a master's degree in public policy and administration from Columbia University, where he served as the president of the student government. Mr. Sayegh is also a adjunct professor at Passaic County Community College, where he has taught for at least 17 years and served as the director of the Job Readiness and Customized Training Program. Prior to his election to City Council, Mayor Sayegh served on the Paterson Board of Education as Chief of Staff for State Senator John Girgenti and as field representative for Congressman Bill Pascrell. Paterson is the only home that Andre Sayegh has ever known. He was born and raised in the city, where he now raises his 3 children, 2 daughters and a son, and his wife, Rahana. Well,
I don't raise my wife. It's actually more like she raises me.
That's
yeah,
true,
she has 4 children.
Paterson is a silk city, but recently, Mayor Sayegh, 2 things happened in his world. One is that he became a sustainability hero with Sustainable Jersey, and the other is that what I appreciate about the mayor is that he's quoted recently, if you get on Google, where he recently had to fire the chief of police in his town after 2 years, and once there were 75 murders in the city, he basically said he doesn't get to the right to remain silent when there are 75 murders in 1 year. So I like Mayor Siag because he's got gumption, right? He's able to address issues as they happen, and he doesn't shy away from controversy. So with no further ado, we welcome Mayor Andre Siag. How are you?
And it was mentioned that I went to Seton Hall University. Yes, I am a proud pirate. Unfortunately, I didn't get accepted to Rutgers University, but I'm happy to be here nevertheless. I do root for the football team. RU, rah, rah, rah. And thank you. I couldn't have written it better myself. And I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm sure I'm going to enjoy the experience. Today is a banner day for Patterson, believe it or not, because we just announced at 10 a.m. that we are opening up for the first time a recycling center in our city. So people, residents can bring their recyclables, whether it's the television sets, the plastic, leaves. As a matter of fact, it's a relief for me because in the past, when, let's say, for instance, recycling was missed at a specific resident's house, they've taken to bringing the recycling to my actual doorstep. So in making the announcement, I said, residents, don't come to my house anymore. We have a recycling center right here. It's open Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. So we're happy about that. We're also encouraged that tomorrow we have a green fair. Last year's green fair, speaking of recycling, we greened our green fair. We distributed over 1,000 recycling bins and still had a waiting list of about 500 people that we're still getting to because the demand is so high. And we are a sustainable Jersey city. We are certified, bronze certified. Now, I'm not necessarily saying much to my chagrin, but it is incentive to get silver certified and then potentially get gold certified, right? There's only one municipality that's ever attained gold certification. Anybody know what that is? It's Woodbridge, New Jersey. So I'm going to give them, as Governor Murphy says, a shout out, but it gives us something to aspire to. And that's sort of a segue into what I want to talk about. But I also want to give Patterson a shameless plug. We're the third largest city in the state of New Jersey. We're the most diverse city in the state of New Jersey. As a matter of fact, we like to leverage that strength as far as the multiculturalism in Patterson is concerned. We have the largest Dominican population in the state, Palestinian population, Turkish population, Peruvian population. And what we've done is we've carved out these ethnic enclaves and we'll designate a section, Peru Square, Palestine Way, Jamaica Way, Dominican Republic Way, just so that people know we embrace diversity in our municipality and we see it, like I stated before, as a strength. We're the first planned industrial city, but by being the first planned industrial city in the United States, we are the first sustainable city. And why do I make that argument? We're going to go way back to July 10th, 1778, Revolutionary War. General George Washington and his aide-de-camp, I'm sure you've heard of him, Alexander Hamilton, made famous by the Broadway musical Lin-Manuel Miranda. They were having lunch with the Marquis de Lafayette in France, who was helping the cause. And they couldn't help but notice while having lunch that there was this waterfall right in front of them. And Hamilton, being the visionary, said, look, wait a minute, water, power. If we're going to create a city based on industry, we could use the hydropower for the factories. So we make the argument that we're one of the first sustainable cities in the United States of America. So that brings us to present day Patterson. What are we doing as far as like being true to our renewable roots? First, we have aging infrastructure. There is a specific situation that we have with combined sewer overflow. One specific street is by far the worst. It's called River Street. So when it rains, it's more river than street. And so we have been very successful in obtaining $11 million, not only to resurface this river street, but to repair the sewer system as well, because that's been a major part of the problem. But explaining that to constituents is really difficult because they don't want to hear, well, we have to wait, or there's a process, or there's something underneath that has to be rectified before we can fix the street. But that's just one example of what we've had to endure and experience. That's why we're really encouraged by the fact that we do have federal assistance coming in the form of infrastructure improvement. Because Patterson has benefited not only from that, but from the American Rescue Plan, because we're using some money to address River Street and other examples of aging infrastructure. But what are we doing to reduce our carbon footprint? Well, we just secured a significant amount of money. We're investing almost $1 million in electric vehicles. And they've already hit the streets this summer, 35 EVs. And our inspectors, whether in health, code enforcement, fire, they're using these vehicles. Now we're going to take it a step further. We're going to make a little history, right? Because we're the first planned industrial city founded by Alexander Hamilton, where he set the stage. We're going to purchase the first electric ambulance, as I'm told, in the United States. And it could save us about $90,000 annually. So there's no telling what we can do. Now, on top of that, we were with Commissioner Sean LaTourette last year at the League of Municipalities Conference. We were looking at an electric garbage truck. So we'll add that to our electrified fleet. And guess what? We'll get points from Sustainable Jersey. And maybe Woodbridge start getting a little nervous. No, we're not here to compete. We're on the same team. We're aiming for environmental justice and raising awareness relative to climate change. Now, lead has been an issue too. And we've gotten grants to help knock the lead out. That was our campaign. Our Division of Health, they enlisted employees to go and knock on doors to raise awareness relative to lead. Because Patterson is an old city. A lot of our houses were built before 1978, and that's when the EPA said can't use lead paint anymore. So what do we do for those people living in those houses? Knock on those doors. And as a matter of fact, as a byproduct of this endeavor, we've gotten lead out of 100 homes so far, and this is ongoing. And it's not just lead as far as the paint is concerned. What about drinking water? So we've partnered with the Passaic Valley Water Commission to replace lead lines. And that is something we just launched. So I can come back next year if you want, if I'm invited back. And I can debrief you on some of the, hopefully, and I'm sure there will be progress that be made as a result. Now, what else are we doing in Patterson? We've done energy audits, and it's helping us because we are not only climate conscious, but we're cost conscious as well. What can we do? And it's 19 buildings that this affects, municipal buildings in our city. And it helps to have enlightened and visionary department heads, because you got to have buy-in whenever you want to go green, or you want to pursue solar options, or if you want to replace your light bulbs, something as simple as that. You have to get buy-in from your team. And I can say right now my team is meeting with ESA to see how we can save even more money with energy. Another thing we're very proud of in Patterson, when we first got into office, is a very interesting data point. There were 1,200 abandoned properties. Now, about 4+ years later, there's 400 abandoned properties. Think about this. Some of those abandoned properties were brownfields. Some of them were eyesores. Some of them, quite frankly, weren't doing anything for us, but just send a reminder to people in Patterson that, wait, I don't think anybody cares, because they're just leaving that factory, that old factory, the way it is, with all those broken windows and everything in disrepair. Now, as a result of reducing the abandoned properties, this is my fire chief talking, not me. He's saying that we have fewer fires. As a matter of fact, number of fires is down 40%. So I'm not necessarily saying there's a direct correlation, but you can make an argument that if you reduce the number of abandoned properties by 70%, that could lead to a reduction in fires. And he's saying that overall there has been a decrease by 40% with fires. One of those abandoned properties is historic. It's Hinchliffe Stadium. Has anyone ever heard of this? You got to take a trip to Patterson. Come on, you got to see for yourselves what I'm talking about. We have some of them. I'm telling you, we rebranded Patterson. My wife is a marketer. So when we got in, we rebranded Patterson. Great Falls, great food, great future. And so getting back to this historic stadium, it's Hinchliffe Stadium. It opened up in 1932 during the Great Depression, created job opportunities and recreational opportunities for individuals living in that specific neighborhood, which is a stone's throw away from the Great Falls, which is the second largest waterfall east of the Mississippi in the United States. And so Hinchcliffe Stadium quickly became the home of the Negro Leagues when African Americans were denied the opportunity to play in Major League Baseball. They had a home at Hinchcliffe Stadium. They played in Patterson. As a matter of fact, are there any Yankee fans here? I'm wearing my Met socks for all of you, just so you can see. That's resilience. Yes. So, yeah, I know they lost, but never, and they got eliminated. But we gotta wait till next year. It's a common refrain, and we've come to accept our fate in life. But it's good. You gotta know what hardship's about. That's life. But getting back to Hinchcliffe Stadium became the home of the New York Black Yankees, which was a Negro League team, and the New York Cubans. And then it hosted the Negro equivalent of the World Series. So unfortunately, it has been fallow since 1997. The school district was unable to maintain it, and it became an eyesore and a crime magnet. And quite frankly, it was compromising the quality of life of that same neighborhood. It was supposed to afford individuals recreational opportunities. And so thankfully, we've secured tax credits. Hinchcliffe Stadium is almost 80% complete as far as its restoration project is concerned. And just recently, and this was one of those eyesores or abandoned properties I was talking about, just recently, the New Jersey Jackals, a minor league baseball team that was playing in Little Falls for 25 years at Montclair State University, announced that they're relocating to Hinchcliffe Stadium, and their new home will be the city of Patterson. And why is this so significant? We're talking about environmental justice. Hinchcliffe Stadium tells the story of the civil rights struggle and social justice, helping to integrate our country by integrating baseball. And so that's something we're profoundly proud of, that we're able to bring back Hinchcliffe Stadium and reduce yet another, well, remove an abandoned property from our rolls. And we got more work to do, right? Because I said, it went down about 70%. There's still 30% that we have to remove entirely. But we're encouraged by the work that we're doing with lead and water, lead in people's homes, electric vehicles, and quite frankly, in addition to the Sustainable Jersey certification, we're taking it a step further because we're looking to bring on somebody on board like a sustainable officer if we continue to expand. And we partner. For example, parks is very important to us. We always feel like our children have been denied, or should I say, haven't had enough opportunities for someone safe to play. We've invested $20 million in our parks. And prior to our administration, we never had a playground that could accommodate children on the spectrum. Now we have two. So there's a playground for children with autism at Lou Costello Park. Lou Costello is a very prominent Pattersonian of Abbott and Costello fame. And then we also have one at Roberto Clemente Park, who was a very famous baseball player for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He was a pioneer in Major League Baseball as well. And there's a park there for him as well. And so, look, we're trying to do our part in the city of Patterson as far as clean air is concerned with these electric vehicles, clean energy, and saving money. I can't underscore the importance enough of being cost conscious, but yet also being climate conscious. And I try to explain to everyone that climate change is real. As much as people want to deny, we've seen it play out with the severity in a lot of these storms that impact Patterson. I mean, what is it? The 10-year anniversary of Sandy is tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. And we've had obviously a number of other storms in between. And I used the operative word earlier, resilience. That's what we show. Patterson is a gritty city, but we also got to be a smart city and return to our renewable roots and continue to be a sustainable city. So with the work that we've been doing as far as partnering with the Passaic Valley Water Commission, finding federal funding to improve infrastructure in Patterson, launching campaigns like Knock the Lead Out, we're cautiously confident that we're moving the needle, that we are not only raising awareness relative to climate change, but we're achieving a level of justice for health. And look, we have just undergone a once-in-a-century crisis. You can argue it's the first shared experience the world has had since World War II, this pandemic. And no one asked for it, and no one really anticipated it, but we had to respond. So as far as health is concerned, Patterson was cited because we had the highest vaccination rate in the state. And it wasn't me saying it. It was our health commissioner, who needs no introduction, Dr. Judy Persikilli, who came to Patterson and says, this is the model to follow. I remember those days. They were grueling. And one of the, I'd say it wasn't a difficult decision, but one of the decisions I made was that we were not going to just vaccinate Patterson residents, even though there was a lot of pressure to say, no, you have to just, your own. I said, wait a minute. This is a global crisis, and we have a humanitarian obligation. And I'll leave you with this. I remember we had long lines featured in the New York Times. And it was a 95-year-old man, a Clifton resident, who came up to me. He was in line, and he was thinking, because that's what everyone was saying, they were only going to vaccinate Pattersonians. He came up to me and said, Mayor, I don't live in Patterson, but I want to live. What do you say to someone who says that to you? And so we're proud of what we've done during the pandemic. And despite the fact that we've had to put so much on pause, we continue and we're ready to always push the play button to improve people's lives, to improve health outcomes for individuals, and achieve a level of justice for the people that we serve. So once again, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And I definitely enjoyed the experience. And if you want to invite me back, I'll find some time on the schedule. Now we can open the floor to questions, please.
Oh, okay, that would be great. Thank you. Who's got a question for the mayor? I got a statement. Bud Abbott is from Asbury Park.
That's right. That is correct. I didn't say that, though. I said Lou Costello.
I know, but Abbott and Costello.
Abbott and Costello fame.
Okay, so
Yes.
who's got a question for the mayor?
That's it. Was it that?
Okay, Emily.
Yes, Emily. Hi.
Thank you. That's very inspiring. You make me want to move to Patterson.
Really? Hold on 1 second.
No, it sounds fantastic. Like
Okay.
it sounds very transformative what you've done.
Terrific.
So I
We
wanted
can talk offline about your options as far as.
so I wanted to ask, how you communicate about some of these kind of very long-term issues.
Yeah,
Climate change, promoting recycling, promoting use of electric vehicles.
sure.
When you're often dealing with communities who have very pressing
Right.
concerns about safety or food insecurity.
Correct.
So how do you kind of balance those
Taxes,
messages
property taxes.
and make people care about these longer term outcomes?
Look, I'm not going to say that it is a light lift. It is very difficult. Like, I'll put this post on Facebook and it probably wouldn't be as much traction as, say, for example, we're opening up a new park or we've seized 100 guns or something along those lines. But I think it's getting, you have to acclimate people to it and be as simplistic as you can and also be consistent. I have robocalls. I use that during the pandemic daily just to keep people informed because look, that uncertainty led to a lot of anxiety relative to the virus. So robocalls is one way I try to communicate. Social media. We've done town hall meetings. ISHEA also puts a newsletter together. And we always include something about the environment in it. So we're not trying to force feed people because we understand, like, if you try to force them, they rather, you'd have to have them feel it. They got to feel it, not to have it forced upon them. So I'm guardedly hopeful that we'll continue to make progress. But if you break it down to dollars and cents, and you could say, well, we're getting an electric ambulance, it'll save the city $90,000 a year, then I think people will start gravitating towards this whole movement as far as going green is concerned. Then even like with the recycling, greening your green fair, because the green fair, we could have just had a number of vendors or other individuals, organizations just explaining what it is as far as climate change is concerned. But instead we're like, let's have some action items or something very value added as in addition to what we've already done with recycling bins being available for these people. But then also, let's think about this. Why not getting to the schools? As a part of your curriculum, You learn about climate change, you learn about resilience, you learn about the benefits of being good to your environment. Did that answer your question?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes, you're a Mets fan, right?
Absolutely. Well, sorry.
LGM.
Do you know the name Irving Selikoff?
Sounds somewhat familiar.
So Irving Selikoff.
Not a Pattersonian though, right?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, that's even
He's
better.
regarded as the father of occupational medicine in the United States and did pioneering work with asbestos. He was a professor at Mount Sinai. He was my professor long ago, before you were born. He did his initial work at a clinic as a doc in Patterson. This would be in the 60s and 70s, where he did groundbreaking work with asbestos. People who were sick from asbestos from a factory who were in Patterson called UNARCO, United Asbestos and Rubber, where they made insulation for Navy ships. You should add that to your
Thank you.
gallery with the.
I certainly will.
Um,
Any opportunity I could plug Patterson
no,
and
he's
the
also
impact, the
famous
positive
because
impact that we had or are having.
He won what's called the Lasker Award, which is the almost Nobel Prize
Ooh.
for his work on tuberculosis before he got into asbestos. So you should put him on
There
your
you
list.
go. Thank you. See, I
He
knew
lived
there
in
was.
Ridgewood, but his clinic.
Oh, okay, because I knew he wasn't Pattersonian. I would have known that. Because Patterson, in addition to that, like, for example, the submarine was invented in Patterson by John P. Holland. He was a teacher. The Colt revolver, it was invented in Patterson too by Samuel Colt. The engine for Lucky Lindy's fly from New York to London, was it Paris?
Oh,
No,
Lindbergh.
Lindbergh, Lucky Lindbergh. The Spirit of St. Louis, that engine was built in Patterson as well. And the steam locomotive. by
He lived
Rogers.
in Hunter.
Yes, I'm not saying he lived in Patterson, but it was where they invented it. We'll take it. I'm sure Bud Abbott had a lot of jokes in Patterson, even though it's not Asbury Park. Do you have a question?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor, thanks so much for being here.
Sure.
My name's Fred, and I work with Dr. Kippen.
You're a Mets fan too, aren't you?
I'm going to.
Okay, very good.
Well, I'm really encouraged to hear about all your city's projects to improve water. Since I work in air pollution, I was curious, what projects is your city doing for air quality?
Well, the electric vehicles is a start for us, like Emily, right? Emily was saying, we do have a lot of pressing, long-standing challenges. So electric vehicles is the most logical first step, but we have miles to go. Did you get that?
Yeah.
There you go. We do. So we have 35 as a part of our fleet right now, and then we're getting that ambulance, and we're gonna get the garbage truck as well. And we can hopefully serve as a model municipality so that others would want to emulate some of the measures that we're taking.
Nancy.
Yes, Nancy.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. It's been very
Sure.
inspiring.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Patterson now.
You see that? Look at this. It's like a
So-
ripple effect right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. So you know the new law in New Jersey about overburdened communities and reducing the number of industries that go into those overburdened communities. I'd just like to hear what your concerns are about that issue for Patterson, because I'm not familiar with what's there now
Yeah.
and whether there are ones that, you know.
No, there isn't.
Industry coming in.
We had, look, we were the first planned industrial city. We've lost a lot of that. There's been
Sure.
disinvestment,
Right.
industry has moved out. As a matter of fact, since we're having a candid conversation, the industry that's looking to get into Patterson, and you talk about air quality, is the cannabis industry. It's an emerging industry. So, I mean, I don't necessarily like the smell of it. You were talking about pollution, but it's what is available right now. And outside of that, we don't necessarily have like other types of industries knocking on our door. Now, we do have, for example, I'm very proud, recently we announced that the largest food distributor in the East Coast is relocating from Passaic to Patterson. It's Gromex. So they don't have, I'm sure they don't have an adverse impact on the environment, and that's what we want to encourage to come to Patterson.
Unless it's trucking, if they're gonna do a lot.
That's actually true. You're right about that. She's right. I'll concede that point.
Okay. Maybe they'll use electric vehicles, who knows?
Oh, I think we're on to something here, right?
But I guess do you have any concerns that that type of regulation might bar developments? I mean, even relatively clean, because again,
Right.
there might be considerations about trucks or others, and it's gonna have to go through a process. I don't know if you or other mayors, do you know that they've had concerns?
Yeah, I
How
mean,
they've been dealt with?
it is a valid concern. Like I said, right now, the interest that we're getting is from the cannabis industry.
Yeah.
And a lot of like the development we're seeing has been on like the commercial corridors, Main Street, not necessarily industries coming in, but it's like retail and restaurants, lots of restaurants in Patterson. So,
What part of the cannabis industry is coming to Patterson? You talk about growing.
yeah, well, we already have a dispensary. As a matter of fact, we were one of the 6 municipalities in the state in 2018 that received that license or could have a company come in and or sell medical marijuana. But when it became legal, or April 21st, I believe was that date, the existing dispensary, which is called Rise, was allowed to expand, have an extra till register for the marijuana.
But you're not speaking about growing marijuana.
Actually, we do have a cultivation facility as well. We do, and there's more interest. So when I say that that's what we're getting as far as emerging industry is concerned and interest, that's what I mean.
Anybody else have any
It
questions?
could be unrelated.
How much time do you have, Mayor?
I think I exceeded my time, but that's
All right.
fine.
Well, we
I-
want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And we also.
Do I get a Rutgers pin or?
Yes, we don't have a.
Oh,
pin, but
come
we have
on.
Worse than less than
Oh,
25
very
so
good.
you're
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you.
I have one question in the chat.
$25.
Oh, question. I don't want to
Sure,
get you
sure,
in
sure,
trouble.
sure.
Christian?
No, Maria, go
I
ahead,
think it's for
Maria.
Oh, Maria,
Elizabeth asks, what is your plan about creating paths for cyclists or implementing electric buses?
Oh my God. So thank you. I just had this conversation with our Chief Innovation Officer, and I want to explain that in a minute. There is an opportunity. Michael Bloomberg has a philanthropy. As a matter of fact, he has an initiative called Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative. And 4 years ago, when I first took office, I was selected to participate in a cohort of 40 mayors around the world. And he has, I think he's on his 8th cohort. Just to give you a little frame of reference, in the first cohort, Mayor Pete Buttigieg was in it from South Bend. In my class, we had the mayor of Atlanta, Seattle, Miami, St. Louis, then we had mayors from Africa and Asia. So it's like 40 mayors from around the world, and it's sort of professional development for mayors, because there's like no playbook on how to be a mayor, right? You just become a mayor and they throw you in there. And they also have what's called a city lab, where they take mayors, they invite them, and you'll go to, let's say, for instance, Los Angeles or Detroit, depending on the year. This year and this weekend, Amsterdam. And Amsterdam is known for all the bicycles. So I was unable to go because I was actually in the Holy Land. This was a bucket list item. I had an opportunity to go to Jerusalem and Bethlehem. But my Chief Innovation Officer went on behalf of the city of Patterson, and he found out that there is a grant, bicycling grant, to create these lanes in your municipality of $1 million. So today I gave him the green light. What an opportunity. Did you talk to my Chief Innovation Officer? I'm not sure. Got inside information, tapping my phone. But we're going to apply for that grant for bicycle paths. And one thing I didn't mention, I mean, it's health related and it's a matter of justice. Like many urban centers, Patterson has been struggling with opioid use disorder, if I may. And Bloomberg Philanthropy issued last year what's called the Global Mayor's Challenge. And the challenge was to any municipality in the world, if you come up with an innovative idea to address a long-standing challenge only exacerbated by the pandemic, they'll give your city $1 million to implement the innovative idea. And so 631 cities around the world applied for this opportunity, this unique opportunity. Bloomberg Philanthropy has only selected 15 cities out of the 631. Patterson was one of them, of the 15. And our idea was about opioid use disorder. We were the only ones that actually wanted to address this issue, taking nothing away from everyone else. And what we created was a hotline, and we had to pilot it. It was called Real Fix. Because whatever these individuals are addicted to is a fake fix. It's fentanyl, it's heroin, or whatever it may be. And Narcan is the quick fix, right? You bring them back after they overdose. As a matter of fact, our fire department was featured on A&E's live rescue program. And in one episode, we had to administer Narcan 12 times. So the fake fix, the quick fix, but the real fix to us, and we have data, because we have a chief data officer as well, because Bloomberg was big on data, right? in God we trust, everyone else bring data. And so the data shows that Suboxone, medically assisted treatment, was working. So we said, okay, let's put this into practice. So the hotline is 833-REAL-FIX. And there was 5 people that participated in the pilot program. And what happens is they call the hotline and they're connected with a doctor. And the doctor will prescribe the medically assisted treatment. And our guarantee was that we could get that Suboxone to you within 90 minutes. When we piloted it, we got it to them in 76 minutes using a local pharmacist. But it doesn't stop there, because obviously we want to put these individuals on a path to sobriety. So we connect them with a counselor to make sure that there's consistency. So that's how we won this $1 million. And be on the lookout, because you'll be reading about it. The check is in the mail. We still didn't receive the money. We just found out earlier this year that we won. And I just told them the same conversation with the chief innovation officer I had about bicycling. We are going to be in earnest starting the round 1, because that was a pilot program, in November. So next month, we are going to be able to implement this idea with the resources that we have. And that is also buttressed by the fact that we have an opioid response team that goes out and is comprised of 3 individuals, an EMT from the fire department, a police officer, and a social worker. And we engage people on the streets. What we found, as far as preliminary information is concerned, there's a lot of people that are service resistant. They don't want the help. But you asked the question and it just sparked so much.
Very quick question from me. You're a young mayor.
Relatively speaking.
You have young people on your staff.
We do.
So
it's a
do you
youth
feel
movement.
that is an asset in tackling things where change has to happen?
Yeah, you need different
Big
perspectives,
change, right?
different perspectives, progressive-minded individuals, so that we can align our efforts. But I think it also helps to have people who are young, because they're younger than me, and I'm in my 40s. But synergy, you want to create that synergy. And what I tell my team all the time, we want 2 things as far as Patterson is concerned. You want to be a city of synergy, and you want to be a city of solutions. Because I think in the past, people were just tired, like just making excuses, like, let's just get to yes. How do we get to yes? And let's look at proven practices and implement them in our municipality and see if they'll work here as well. So that's why we're really encouraged by this Real Fix initiative, because we actually won, and it was a global competition. So now, hopefully, after we get some positive outcomes, we'll share that with the world. And next year at City Lab, Bloomberg will say, look what the city of Patterson did as far as addressing opioid use disorder is concerned. Now you got me going. You want to ask me questions? I'm serious. I'm very passionate about what I do. It's not easy. And I'll also point out one thing. In my cohort in 2018, you have the mayor of Atlanta, Seattle, and St. Louis. None of them ran for re-election because of what would happen in 2020. It was so grueling that a lot of us just wanted to tap out. But we had to dig deep, some of us, and say, look, we took an oath of office. We want to continue what we were doing, even though I'd like to say that 2 years was taken away from us. But it doesn't mean it should deter us from what we're determined to do. And what we're trying to do in Patterson, like I stated before, is to be better for the environment. And hopefully that will influence others to follow suit. You want me to keep talking?
It's up to you.
If you let me stay, I'll talk for another
One
2
thing
hours.
I remember about you during COVID, because you were one of the strongest, I do agree with you that you were one of the strongest mayors, but it also impacted your family right away and very quickly.
Yeah,
right?
I got it early on. And what happened was I lost my sense of smell. And at that time, it wasn't one of the symptoms. It was like anecdotal. The symptoms were like fever, upper respiratory issues, coughing. I had none of that. So I lost my sense of smell. And I was like, let me chalk this up to allergies. And at that time, testing was at a premium as far as the kids were concerned. So I was like, you know what, in the interest of everybody else, because I was actually on the front line with the first responders. So that's where I got tested with the first responders. And then when I got that phone call, I think it was like 4 days later, and that's the problem, right? We should have had a better turnaround time because it could have slowed the spread. When I got that phone call, it was like a punch to the gut. And I couldn't believe it. So now I'm like putting my family in harm's way. And I got it late March of 2020. So that's really, really early. And it was, like I said, it was a painful period because my uncle also got it, but he didn't make it. He actually died on Easter Eve, April 11th, 2020, when I was quarantined. So, yeah, we all have a story to tell, right? But it was a test. And like I said last night, an event makes for a better testimony.
Well, there's a lot of people in this room that did a lot of studies on COVID.
They
that are
did?
sitting here that worked overtime. This was a very strong place where the tests were happening and vaccines.
Yes, I do remember. And another thing, you were doing the contact tracing, right?
Yeah.
That's another thing, shameless plug for Patterson. We were featured in the New York Times as being premier as far as like the contact tracing is concerned. And let me take you back to 2019, and it was November. Actually, it was earlier than that. April of 2019, my public health officer came to my office and said, I want to apply for a grant. The grant was for $95,000. And it was just to build capacity within what we call the contact tracing team, or at that time he was calling it like a strike team or something along those lines. So I said, all right, let's apply for the grant. November of 2019, we announced that we got this $95,000 grant. Now, what was the purpose of building capacity? Well, we have a lot of catering halls in Patterson. I said we have great food. So in the event that there was a foodborne virus, we could respond appropriately. Little did we know it would be a different type of virus within months that impacted all of us. So that's one of the reasons why we were prepared, because of that grant. So I give my public health officer, I'm not saying he knew there was going to be a pandemic, because if he did, he should be investigated. However, he had foresight, and he thought in the event that something happens, but he was thinking more along the lines of food poisoning, we should be properly prepared. And we were, or as best that we could.
I would just add that the saliva test for COVID was invented by scientists in this building.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Yeah.
I like that. I really do appreciate it. No, I know Rutgers was certainly at the forefront as well. It's unfortunate they didn't accept me as a student. I never applied.
Our laws.
No.
Question, you mentioned about campus, cultivation.
Are you going to ask me if I ever did it? I never did.
No.
He's going to say, did you inhale?
Yes.
That was a nod to 42nd president.
As well as like dispensary, and New Jersey compared to other states has a different position, especially about like job stuff. And how do we see this in the next 5 years?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I talk about how, and quite frankly, with all due respect, I was not being facetious. I've never done it, but I'm not trying to impose my values on the people I represent. I was elected to be their representative. So I have to reflect their values, their vision. And I see it as a job generator, because that dispensary that we have, 90% of the employees live in Patterson. I see it as a revenue generator. Every quarter, we're getting more money than we had before. And unfortunately, we do have budget gaps to fill. But it's also a matter of social justice, right? People have been arrested, and you saw President Biden was able to pardon people with these convictions. It could derail your career prospects. And so that's the social justice aspect of it. So I see that there will be more dispensaries in Patterson in 5 years, more job opportunities in Patterson in 5 years, and hopefully putting people on a path to gainful employment in the very industry that set them back, right? Marijuana. And it'll be interesting if they can ultimately become entrepreneurs, whereas it was something that served as an impediment to progress for them as far as employment is concerned. What is your name?
Hassan.
Hassan.
Yep.
Sharifna. Ente Arab, مظبوط? كلام عربي كويس. Yeah, my mother is Syrian and my father's from Lebanon. So I speak Arabic. And I told you I just came from the Holy Land, so my Arabic got a little bit better.
So before
we have the best hummus in the world in Patterson. You know about that? He knows. I'm not just saying falafel is good, and tepule, and baba ganoush.
Before you
get me hungry. You have that here or no?
No, we don't have here.
You have Panera. I mean, come on.
Before you leave, since
what is this?
I'm going to make you an unofficial Rutgers alumni.
Wait a minute, I'm getting accused of like
And
falsifying.
this is a pin for our center that I had.
You know, let me wear the center pin.
Okay.
I'll give this to somebody who actually went to Rutgers. I appreciate it.
You can have, that was mine.
But I don't want
I'm
to
not
like,
alumni either, so.
it's so, in highfalutin terms, I don't want to fake the funk. You know what I mean?
And this is the center pin, which I made
I want to wear this,
15
please.
years ago when I took off and
Thank
over.
you.
And I think it's the last one in existence. Appreciate it.
I want that one.
That's the one in the world.
I'm going to wear this with pride. Emily, I'm going to raise awareness with my pin. It's going to be the talk of the town. There's going to be a lot of green-eyed monsters in Patterson. They're going to be envious of this. Any other questions? The longer you keep me, the longer I'll stay. I think that's it, right? You got
We
it.
want
Yeah.
to give people online a break for a half hour or
Okay.
actually 40 minutes.
From me, right? You want to
Come
give
back. Hi, everybody. I'm Carrie Butch. I'm the coordinator for the Center for the Community Engagement section of the Center for Environmental Exposures and Disease. We are out of Rutgers University, and we are super excited to bring in Luz Gould, who's kind of does what we do, but she does it out of Mount Sinai. She's the Director of Community Engagement and Environmental Justice at the Center on Health and Environment Across the Lifespan, with the Department of Environmental Medicine and Public Health at the Icahn School of Medicine and Mount Sinai. Luz Gould is the, she fosters collaboration and multi-directional communication among environmental health scientists and frontline communities, CBOs, clinicians, advocacy groups, educators, policymakers on the role of environmental exposures in health. Through academic community partners, Luz ensures that environmental concerns that affect the community's health, particularly Harlem and the Bronx, guide the center's research priorities. As an educator and researcher within the Department of Environmental Medicine and Public Health at Mount Sinai, Luz uses community-based participatory research, community science, and anti-racist approaches to collaborate with New York City communities to address environmental injustices. Their research is rooted in understanding how systems of oppression, such as colonialism, imperialism, white supremacy, continue to disproportionately affect the health and well-being of BIPOC communities throughout New York City. With no further ado, we are very, very happy to welcome Luz Gould.
Well, thank you all so much for inviting me as a speaker. Again, my name is Luz Gould. I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Environmental Justice for the Center on Health and Environment Across the Lifespan at Mount Sinai. And I'm joining this lecture from the ancestral lands of the Lenape people, also known as Brooklyn. And so when I usually end up doing presentations like this, I begin them all with acknowledging my roots, also known as mis raíces, and how these experiences inform my current organizing strategies when fostering academic and community partnerships. Many of us assume that science is unbiased, but in reality, who we are as people deeply informs our work. My parents were my first teachers on how to practice science and organize for environmental justice action. They met at a textile factory in the border town of San Luis Rio Colorado, Mexico. And even though they worked really long hours, they made time to teach us about the importance of nurturing our connection to the earth. My mom taught me so much about the beauty of plants and their medicinal properties by going out to her garden and sharing all of her plant knowledge. Aloe, ginger, chamomile, and prickly pear cactus, also known as nopales, were all grown in our backyard to help with ailments such as stomach aches, cramps, and other health conditions. My mom taught me that nature can be healing. My dad, on the other hand, taught me to be a scientist by simply observing the natural world around me. We would take really long walks along the Colorado River for hours and talk about the water, the plants, and the animals we would see throughout our walks. Before I even opened a textbook about water ecology in college, I knew so much about river systems because of the knowledge that my dad passed down to me. My dad also taught me how to be a storyteller, and that was one of the ways that he was able to share his knowledge about the natural world. Every weekend, we would visit the river and make small bonfires to tell stories. My dad would talk about how much he missed his ancestral lands in Mexico and how if he had access to education, he would have been a wildlife biologist because of how much he enjoyed learning about the earth. To this day, I told my dad that even though he didn't receive an education, he is an honorary wildlife biologist, and I tell him all the time that he was my first science teacher. These lived experiences allowed me to see that our place-based ecological knowledge was one of the ways that my family practiced science, that ecological knowledge is key to reconnecting with our cultural traditions of science. When I was 5 years old, my family eventually immigrated to the United States, where we laid roots on the other side of the border, San Luis, Arizona. And here you can see the picture of where I grew up. This is our backyard. And growing up here, predominantly in a low-income migrant farm worker, Latina, and indigenous community, I saw firsthand how different forms of environmental racism impact the overall health of my community and the environment. Almost all my family members are farm workers, and many of them face discrimination in the form of environmental racism. Their homes are right next to agricultural fields, our schools are right next to agricultural fields, and our green spaces are next to agricultural fields. Cancer and respiratory issues are especially common in my community in Arizona, so my mom learned how to reduce our exposure to pesticides by washing her clothes separately from ours. I still remember the first time my mom took me to a protest to advocate for farm worker rights when I was young. I'll never forget that memory, as this taught me the importance that we didn't have to confront these injustices by ourselves, that our voices were louder if we organized together. And so, realizing the importance of protecting the environmental health of frontline communities, I focused my career on advancing environmental justice. So now I'm a scientist that organizes with frontline communities to organize community science initiatives that address environmental injustices. I'm also an educator and facilitator that creates spaces to practice uprooting the systems of oppression that operate upon us, between us, and within us. In my free time, I love spending time outdoors with my dogs. They both are rescues from Texas. I also love going on bike rides with my friends and going roller skating. On the weekends, I've been dedicating my time to painting in oils, and that has been such a fun learning experience. I also wanted to share this short clip of a bumblebee that has been visiting my backyard for the past couple of days, and felt so honored that I was able to record it pollinating flowers in our backyard. To me, it's super important to also share these other parts of myself that aren't just my work. And so some of the guiding principles and frameworks that I use to inform my current work and ground my work include anti-racism, environmental justice, transformative justice, and empowerment. So anti-racism is the active process of identifying and eliminating racism in all of its forms. And we do this by changing systems, organizational structures, policies, practices, and attitudes so that power is redistributed equitably. Environmental justice is based on the reality that people of color are targeted for the placement of toxic facilities that contribute to poor air quality and water quality, as well as unhealthy living conditions. Environmental justice is made possible when all communities have access to information and decision makers that enable them to take action and create positive change for themselves. Transformative justice asks us, how can we respond to harm without creating more harm and transform the conditions that led us to that harm in the first place? Meaning, how can we address the root causes of environmental harm without replicating the same racist systems that led to the current environmental injustices we have in place right now? Empowerment, which you'll hear more about, empowerment from Dr. Jacoby Wilson, was coined by him. And empowerment, you've probably seen it with the EM. Dr. Jacoby was changed it to empowerment, and it is described as an equitable research process designed to recognize and amplify the power that frontline communities already possess within themselves. And all of these frameworks are really key to informing my work for the Community Engagement Corps, but also the community science initiatives that I organize with frontline communities. And as we all know, racism harms all of us in many different ways. It harms and destroys our communities, our institutions, our lives, our health, our well-being, our relationships to one another, our integrity, and also our spirituality. The journey from racism to anti-racism has to happen on many different levels, including individual, interpersonal, institutional, and structural. The oppression tree facilitation tool attempts to visualize how systems of domination such as colonialism, imperialism, white supremacy, and capitalism inform and current social justice struggles. Sometimes we focus more on the visible outcomes of oppression, which are represented here by the leaves in the tree, and miss that it's the roots that feeds the leaves in the first place. For example, when we think about climate change is rooted in the exploitation and degradation of the planet, of peoples and cultures, which were foundational principles to colonialism. Colonialism is a practice of domination marked by a 500-year period of European conquest, settlement, and exploitation of vast tracts of land and people. Colonialism allowed for people and the earth to be seen as a commodity for profits, rather than acknowledging the sacredness of how the earth and people are interconnected. To address the current climate crisis, we must interrogate how these systems of domination exist in our current systems that allow for BIPOC communities to be seen as disposable. We can think about how sometimes unconsciously we promote policy that still work within systems of domination. We often hear scientists calling for environmental equity, including myself, but this framework allows for pollution to still happen, just as long as those burdens are being distributed equitably. So how do we really challenge pollution from happening in the first place? So if we want to address the rotten roots of environmental inequities and injustice, we must interrogate these systems of domination by practicing root work and envisioning a society where all life is honored. And when we think about science and its role it has had in upholding systems of oppression, we know that the violent process of colonization parallels the advancement of science, environmental decision-making, and self-determination. Western science was used to morally justify the colonization of Americas, Africa, Asia, and other parts of the world by feeding into the fallacy that European knowledge has universal validity and thus could be redeployed to promote superior health, hygiene, and sanitation across the globe. And the academy is part of this global system that profits from the privatization of art, knowledge, and science. And they do this by perpetuating white supremacist and capitalist cultures in academia and teaching scientists to devalue the perspectives of low-income Black, Indigenous people of color. They also erase scientific contributions from BIPOC. They end up valuing knowledge that aligns with the capitalist agenda. They impede the real-world applications of scientific knowledge that can be used to uplift frontline communities. And also science has been used to exploit Black and brown bodies in scientific research. And so to maintain the status quo that is rooted in white supremacy and academic culture, the scientific enterprise controls who engages in scientific research. So for example, Australian researchers Bill and David, both of them are white men, are credited for the creation of permaculture when we know this knowledge originated hundreds of years ago from indigenous cultures. Both regenerative agriculture and permaculture are seen as holistic approaches to sustainable agriculture to address the current climate crisis. But they end up failing to acknowledge that they both borrow practices from indigenous cultures, thus continuing to control who engages in science. Another example of modern colonialism is BIPOC researchers are seeing their work utilized without an acknowledgement, negatively impacting professional advancement, given that citations are viewed as a critical marker for academic success. Thus, BIPOC researchers continue to be left behind as white researchers co-opt definitions, research, and data from them without any physical or social compensation. So when we critically examine the role of academic institutions in upholding white supremacist and colonial views, we see that the academy has intentionally distorted the meaning of science to center whiteness, a type of science that is no longer about the practice of freedom, but rather furthering capitalistic and colonial structures. We must continue to foster spaces both inside and outside of academia where science is used more than just characterizing environmental exposures. It also simultaneously works to address the root causes of environmental health inequities. We can foster a science culture that acknowledges the inherent value of all life being interconnected on Earth, and also the political aspect of science that works in service of liberation movements. A science that is anti-racist, anti-colonial, anti-capitalist, and community-based, and can be practiced to heal from intersecting forms of oppression. And as part of this discussion, we all know that community science programs have become increasingly popular and have been posed as a solution to addressing environmental injustices. A lot of other folks end up using citizen science to describe it. I personally end up using community science to describe this particular practice. And so community members who are interested in engaging in community science should know that community science is a practice of using community-centered approaches, tools of science, and local knowledge systems to document and address environmental injustices. Some of the fundamental principles of community science are that frontline communities inform each step of the research process. It is rooted in authentic and just partnerships that draw upon cultural and spiritual traditions of particular regions or communities. The methods of science are available to everyone, and it focuses again on empowerment, which is the process of activating the power that community members already have within themselves. And so how can community science be used for environmental justice action? Well, it ends up helping build connection to place and values, and it's organized by the community most impacted by environmental injustices, which chooses whether or not to engage with any given scientific experts. It also affirms local knowledge's expertise. Community science centers the voices of community residents, and it's those who observe, listen, and watch their environment every single day that know best what is happening in their own neighborhood. It's also rooted in action, as findings from community science projects will be used to inform local community and decision makers about environmental and health impacts of toxic facilities in communities of colors. And so if science can be used as a force of oppression, which we've been discussing for the past couple of slides, it can also be used as a force for liberation from environmental racism. We will not address over 500 years of oppression overnight, but we can begin by committing ourselves to identify how intentionally or unintentionally systems of oppression affect power imbalances in science. I've been very fortunate to connect with amazing environmental justice leaders from different academic institutions and also grassroots organizers from across the country who share a commitment to liberation, environmental justice, and science. The many conversations and connections we shared sparked this idea of liberation science. And as the group was trying to conceptualize liberation science, instead of trying to find one way of doing liberation science, we began to realize that liberation science includes an ever-expanding list of science and knowledge systems, approaches, methodologies, practice, visions, and futures that focus on creating pathways for liberation from environmental racism and systems of domination within scientific community partnerships. Frontline communities should have the freedom to choose which science and knowledge systems they want to utilize to address environmental injustices. This can include working across different disciplines to foster interdisciplinary science teams. Here you can see the many different forms of science and knowledge systems that already exist that could work together to foster stronger environmental justice partnerships. Liberation science also encourages us to look at liberation core values we want to uplift as part of the community science process. For example, as one of my colleagues, Kendra Kruger from the CUNY Community Sensor Lab says, how can we re-envision a science that ends up having a heart-centered approach? What facilitation strategies can we utilize to support communities on their path to self-determination? And how do we incorporate celebration and play into our partnerships? And really the works of Audre Lorde, Adrienne Marie Brown, Jessica Hernandez, and Jacoby Wilson have all inspired us to recommit ourselves to environmental justice and liberation movements. We appreciate our past and living ancestors who have led us to this path of liberation science. And all of these authors and scholars that are listed here have allowed us to reimagine a science that is in service of liberation movements. And with that, now I want to transition in how I personally have been able to activate the liberation science toolbox in my own academic community partnerships. And as a scientist, I've had the privilege of organizing with community leaders, lawyers, public health researchers, educators, and environmental justice activists to lead a community science study that captures air quality concerns such as PM 2.5 and odors related to 2 adjacent waste transfer stations in Jamaica, Queens, New York. In Southeast Queens, there are 2 adjacent private waste transfer stations located to a predominantly Black, Latina, and Southeast Asian residential community, and also in front of a public park. Trucks from all over New York City truck our trash to 3 neighborhoods in New York City, and all of those 3 communities are predominantly people of color. Southeast Queens is one of those communities that has a large concentration of waste facilities that emit daily noxious odors and air pollutants. A couple of blocks away from the waste transfer station, there's also the Jamaica Bus Depot, where the New York City MTA stores its bus fleet. The MTA is planning on remodeling this bus depot, but community members have voiced that they were never part of the decision-making process, and are worried that it will only add to the existing environmental injustices in the area. This region has seen a historical disinvestment in the form of racist practices such as redlining and environmental health inequities. Childhood asthma is especially prevalent in Southeast Queens. And knowing all of this, this led to Andrea Scarborough, a local resident environmental justice activist, to reach out to our colleague, Rebecca Bradspies from CUNY Law, and our team here at Sinai to apply for a grant to fund a community science study that documented air quality and health concerns in the neighborhood. Our project was funded in 2020, and since then, our group has co-developed different activities to advance environmental justice throughout Southeast Queens. On June 19th, we had our kickoff community science training where we trained community leaders that will be hosting the air quality sensors in their homes to be community scientists. Everyone who was part of the training was a person of color, which is so rare to find in scientific spaces where white people are always being centered. One of the activities focused on having community leaders think about the ways they already have been practicing science within their families. In many academic spaces, we put so much emphasis on equating expertise to academic credentials, such as a master's degree or a PhD. But community science aims to make science accessible to everybody, to design science partnerships that are for the people and by the people. As facilitators, we also wanted to acknowledge the diversity of identities and knowledge we all brought to the partnership. We had everybody go around and share one thing they really loved about their culture and share one way that their family practiced science. I shared first about my experience with medicinal plants and how my mom passed down to me. Everyone after then started to share about their own experiences with plants and food as a source of healing and medicine. Facilitating activities like this creates space where folks can feel empowered to reclaim their ancestral traditions of science and see themselves as scientists. After the training, we had everybody go around and share one thing they appreciated about themselves. Hearing community leaders say, "I'm a scientist," was such a beautiful moment for everyone. Those are the type of spaces that as a scientist, I want to continue to foster, spaces where we can feel like we have abundance among BIPOC communities. And I'm very grateful of the opportunity to also be able to mentor students who are interested in environmental health and justice. Kieran, Maddie, and Rihanna all supported the creation and facilitation of the community science training for Southeast Queens residents and also the study team. And having multiple diverse facilitators, especially when sharing our personal stories, allowed us for so many different cultural connections to happen, making us feel more interconnected. And also, since not all the Southeast Queens residents had the capacity to change the filter every 2 days for 2 weeks every season, they were paired up with an MPH graduate students from the neighborhood to support them with data collection. This allowed community members to feel more confident that they didn't have to do it by themselves, especially considering that they had to work very long hours and barely had any free time to be able to collect this data. And then more recently, we had an event at the park that is in front of the waste transfer stations where we launched our 311 Odor and Dust Complaint campaign to encourage residents to submit official complaints to NYC 311. We shared flyers, we talked to several community members who notified us that the odors from the waste transfer stations have been happening more frequently during the nighttime. And this prompted us to add a question to our odor survey, which was also distributed during that event about when these odors were happening. We also were able to make further connections with individual residents and families that wanted to host an air quality sensor in the future in their homes. We also did door-to-door knocking to pass out the 311 Odor and Dust campaign, and also distribute our short odor community survey to capture how odors are impacting the health and well-being of the residents in the neighborhood. As part of the advocacy efforts, we have also been able to testify in front of City Council to stop the expansion of waste facilities in Southeast Queens and also advocate for the transformation of waste systems, including promoting zero waste strategies that center BIPOC communities. Another success for the group has been filing a lawsuit against the waste transfer stations in violation of the Clean Water Act. Leach It, which is all the trash juice that ends up leaking out of these facilities, poses a threat to Jamaica Bay, which is the nearest water body. This lawsuit has put pressure on waste transfer stations and elected officials to put health of the people and the environment first. And as I had mentioned earlier, there is a bus depot that is located a few blocks away from the waste transfer stations. And one of my mentees, Rihanna, who's an MPH student here at Sinai, has been supporting the Southeast Queens Community Science Partnership for the past year. And she's been helping residents set up air quality sensors in their home and help with also grassroots organizing. And so all the skills that Rihanna has been able to gain from that experience now are being transferred to Rihanna's own life. Rihanna's family lives right next to the Jamaica bus depot, and the MTA is planning on rebuilding this facility. However, it came to our attention that in the 90s, the same facility leaked over 90,000 gallons of fuel into the ground, contaminating the soil of nearby homes. Rihanna and the rest of the residents in her block received a letter from the MTA that they would be taking over 5 feet of their property to reconstruct this facility and only giving families a $2,000 compensation. Rihanna now is organizing with her 8 neighbors to hold the MTA accountable for the oil spill that happened in the 90s, but also hold them accountable for the lack of community engagement when it came to the redevelopment of this facility. And many neighbors during the public testimony shared how they still are finding soil in their backyards. We brought this issue to our group working in Southeast Queens around the waste transfer station, and it was really incredible to see Rebecca Bratsby, who's the lawyer we work with, also supporting Rihanna with drafting her testimony. So here you can see Rihanna testifying on behalf of her own family and herself, and expressing the concern she has around exposure to contaminated soil as this project is being developed in her neighborhood. And so I share all these details of our partnership to show the diversity of approaches we use to address environmental injustices in Southeast Queens. Here you can see the many different aspects of Liberation Science Toolbox that were activated as we strengthen our partnership with Southeast Queens residents. You can see in bold throughout this Liberation Science Toolbox aspects that were activated throughout the partnership. And what is exciting is that there's so many other tools we haven't utilized yet, but we look forward to trying them out to advance our shared purpose of developing safe and healthy communities for all. And then back in my hometown of San Luis, Arizona, I've been able to connect with organizers that are at the front line of migration and climate change. Folks predominantly from Latin America and the Caribbean cross the US-Mexico border every single day seeking asylum. Many of them are displaced from their homelands due to violence and natural disasters, which we know are occurring more frequently due to climate change. Youth Abolition is a group of community organizers that volunteer their time to provide aid, such as water, food, supplies to asylum seekers before they're taken to ICE detention centers. Being in community with this mutual aid group back at home has allowed my own imagination to expand and ask myself, how can we develop alternative systems of care that don't punish folks for displacement and seeking asylum after natural disasters? Driving next to the border with these organizers and talking about a world without borders continues to inspire me that another world is possible. This is the beauty of mutual aid, which emphasizes that we have each other for support when government structures are not there to serve those most impacted by environmental and climate injustices. I want to encourage academic institutions to also forge partnerships with mutual aid groups and not just CBOs that have a 501c3 status. Recently, I facilitated a panel on liberation science, and two of the organizers from Youth Abolition presented their work to amplify the importance of mutual aid in addressing climate disasters. If you're interested in learning more about Youth Abolition, feel free to scan the QR code that is on the left side of the screen so you can be able to learn more about the work that they're leading. I've also had the privilege of organizing a short documentary highlighting the importance of community fridges and mutual aid in addressing food apartheid here in East Harlem, New York City. As part of the Human Impacts Environmental Health Fellows Program, I was paired up with an artist, Nikki Dodd, to develop this short documentary about Chantel's story in organizing community fridges in her neighborhood. The film was published in The New Yorker this September in celebration of Latina History Month. Mutual aid groups have been developing these alternative systems of care for so many years, and they teach us that we can move away from punitive forms of justice and move towards communities that care for one another. And more recently, this just happened about 2 days ago, we ended up leading a panel focused on youth leadership, community science, and environmental justice, where 3 different youth groups across New York City were able to share their community science initiatives that are aiming to address environmental injustices in their neighborhood. We're hoping to have the published recording in the next couple of days, and I'm more than happy to share that out, but it was a wonderful panel that was co-moderated by 2 other youth leaders. And again, just re-emphasize, how do we continue to amplify the work of youth leaders that are leading the way for climate change and climate justice, and how can we continue to connect these different community groups with one another across the city. And with that said, thank you all so much for having me, for allowing me to share the different work that I've been able to lead with different communities, not only here in New York City, but also in Arizona. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Luz, I'm looking at one statement. There's no question right now. People can put questions in the chat if they'd like, but there's a statement about Rikers Island demolition and it being an environmental justice calamity without the proper oversight and guidance that will directly affect the Brooklyn community. Do you know anything about that?
I am not familiar with it, but I'm more than happy to explore what that looks like and how we can be able to support folks as they are combating some of these issues. When we have folks come to us around these issues, what we end up doing is figuring out how we can be able to support them in their testimonies, or whether having public hearings or environmental education. So I'm more than happy to connect and be able to share other strategies that we've been able to use to hold them accountable.
Okay, you also have a comment, Luz, amazing presentation, so informative and necessary, fantastic presentation. Let me ask if anybody who isn't a panelist like Rob or Helmut has a question for Luz. Do you guys have a question for Luz? I will tell you that when I was in New York City with you guys at our annual conference, I noticed that there's a climate justice high school. Do you ever work with a climate justice high school?
We work with the High School for Environmental Studies, and one of actually our next steps is to be able to launch a youth environmental health and justice board, which is connecting all those youth leaders that I mentioned at the end of this presentation, alongside other work, other youth groups in Red Hook. So Kendra Kruger, who I mentioned again in my presentation, works with the Red Hook Initiative, which is a youth group that is trying to address issues around Amazon warehouses popping up specifically in communities of color, and how there's been more truck traffic happening in those communities. So I think for us is, again, how do we continue supporting youth that are trying to address this in their community, and also sharing with them tools that we've been using and other folks have been using, and sharing them with them so they can be able to feel like they can be able to document it and also address these injustices.
Okay, you're getting more
Luz is-
kudos. Go ahead. Rob, did you want to ask a question?
I think Helmut has a question.
Helmut, go ahead.
So I lose a fantastic presentation as always. What do you find is your biggest impediment to the great work that you're doing?
Oh, that's a big question. I feel as though it goes back to a question that I often get asked when it comes to the work that I do, and it's how do you take care of yourself as you're leading this work? And I feel as though every single time I give this talk is that is the main question I get asked, and is the main question that I ask myself too, is like, how am I taking care of myself? And I had this conversation with Carrie yesterday that if you are not able to take care of yourself and you're still committing yourself to doing this work, you're kind of feeding into this this trope of saviorism, that you have to burn yourself out to a point to be able to continue to support and save these communities. But I think for me, what I've learned, especially working with Southeast Queens residents that have very different needs and their families are also changing, is taking things with time and being slow and intentional in the way that we work with one another, and developing forging those partnerships with folks by having authentic conversations and not always in academic jargon. But I think honestly, the biggest hurdle has been just taking care of myself as I'm navigating these systems, both within academic institutions and also community settings, because I often have to traverse through those two different roles and hats. And in academic institutions, I can very much be complicit in replicating these systems, but as much as I can also be bringing those same systems back into community settings. So I think for me, it's doing that internal work. That's really, really hard work that I think needs to be done very intentionally by scientists that are trying to forge these partnerships with frontline communities.
Thank you. That's informative.
Mm-hmm.
And Luz, I would ask maybe a related question. What are like some of the obstacles like to engaging community members, and how do you deal with them? I mean, just having the time and the available effort among community members to engage. How do you balance that with the needs that the community might have, and that you're trying to promote the the science and the activities that you're doing?
Yeah, I think we just have to have honest conversations. And I think it's taken many different visits to Southeast Queens and also supporting residents where they're at and wherever we are called to take action to. And so I think for us, as we're trying to forge those partnerships, it's just, again, asking the questions, do you have the capacity to be able to take this on? And especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, where we saw it specifically ravaging Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, and where many residents ended up losing their own family members, we did not want to push community members to take on this big project and for them to feel pressure to not only mourn their family members, but also lead work that is addressing these injustices. So what we do is that we end up having check-ins with community members at the beginning of every meeting. We end up having a spectrogram where I end up asking residents, like, how are you showing up to the space? If you are tired, you can only show up using the chat. You can't use your camera. I think it's really about how do we meet people's capacity where they're at, and it doesn't demean their engagement in any way. So many of the residents that I've been able to work with, I've only been able to participate with them without just through the chat, because that is what they can do. And in other cases, I've been able to be on phone calls or be able to do virtual Zoom meetings. But again, it's having a diversity of different methods of meeting people where they're at, and not pressuring folks to work in a very speedy manner that it ends up neglecting your own personal health and well-being, which is, again, very difficult to balance. And I'm still figuring it out as I'm carrying all this work. But again, it's about having those honest discussions with community leaders. We've had to pause our community science project before when there was a new legislation that was trying to expand the waste of these existing facilities. And what we came up as a consensus was like, let's actually pause the community science project so that we can organize to testify together. And so we developed templates, we shared flyers, and that was perfectly okay for the whole entire group, but that was a consensus that we all took. Instead of it being like, actually, me as a scientist, I'm gonna say we're gonna stop the project. It was really the decision of all of us collectively having that discussion and holding the nuance that is that discussion moving forward. Without neglecting the fact that that is also an urgent matter. But I think that's been one of the ways that we've been able to work with residents, is acknowledging the current endemic that we're going through, and just have very different tools of meeting people where they're at.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I see that Dr. Wilson has joined us. Dr. Wilson. So I'll introduce, I think he's there, and I'll start to introduce him. Hopefully he's there. Hi, how are you? Dr. Segovia Wilson is the second speaker on this topic of citizen science and climate change, health and justice. Dr. Wilson is a professor with the Maryland Institute of Applied and Environmental Health and Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics at the University of Maryland, where he directs the Center for Community Engagement, Environmental Justice, and Health. He has over 20 years of experience as an environmental health scientist in the areas of exposure science, environmental justice, environmental health disparities, community-based participatory research. And this work includes work with water quality, air quality, built environment, climate change, community resilience, and sustainability. He works primarily in partnership with community-based organizations to study and address environmental justice issues. Dr. Wilson.
Hold on a second. So thank you for having me today. I'm having some issues with the, can you hear me? All right. Yeah, I had to use the browser for some reason. So I'm gonna have to do a screen share. I'm gonna show some slides. Is that fine?
Yes.
Show a few slides?
Yes.
Okay, let me get into slides. Okay, cool. I got a lot of stuff open. Okay, let me see how entire screen. So let me do this. Can you? Okay. Can you see my slide? Can y'all see my slides?
Not yet.
Okay, hold on a second. I may not be able to do it from the. Okay, hold on a second. Window. Okay. Oh, I think I got it. Okay. Which one of these? Okay, share. Okay, cool. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, so you see
It's
climate change slides?
Oh, there we go.
You see this right here?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, y'all can see it?
It's not in presentation mode, but that's fine.
Oh,
okay.
it's not in, it's weird. Okay. Oh, my side is in presentation mode. So is it?
It's like in the whatever it is, the edit mode that PowerPoint has. But it's we
Okay.
can see it. We can see it great. Thanks.
Okay. I'll just stick with this then. So talk about climate change. You know, y'all know the history of EJ movement. I always like to talk about the EJ movement real quickly. Just we talk about these issues. To me, you cannot talk about climate change, everyone, without talking about racism, right? And so if you look at climate change is inextricably linked to energy injustice in our country, right? So think about extraction of fossil fuels, right? Oil and gas wells. You think about transport. You look at pipelines, right? You look at the issue of processing, petrochemicals, refineries, Houston Ship Channel. You look at Cancer Alley. You can also get the issue of combustion, coal-fired power plants, gas-fired power plants, right? And then also combustion of mobile vehicles and the waste products. So you can't talk about climate change without talking about racism. And you may not believe in climate change, but climate change believes in you, okay? And so the thing is, when you look at these issues of climate change, it's connected to racism, it's connected to energy injustice, right? So I always have to give a shout out to Dr. King and his work with the Memphis Essential Workers Strike, because in the end, folks are impacted disproportionately by environmental injustices. Folks are impacted by climate injustices, right? Various climate-related perturbations, from forest fires to heat waves, right? Heat waves are hell for the poor and the elderly, but folks are impacted by flooding, sea level rise, forest fires, folks are impacted by droughts. You know, you have to look at things that undergird and how these communities have been dehumanized, right? And so with this EJ movement, thinking about the Essential Workers Strike, basically men were carrying around signs that I am a man, right? Recognizing my humanity. A lot of communities have been dehumanized, which puts them at risk from various climate-related perturbations, which leads to inequities, right, in preparedness. You think about the folks that got impacted 5 years later after Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico, right? Or the folks that just got impacted again by hurricanes in Florida, right? Think about what happened when Hurricane Ida hit New Orleans on the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, right? Folks got these hurricanes that hit, both of those hurricanes hit at the end of the month. Ida, Katrina, you look at the one that just, the recent hurricane that hit the end of the month, low income folks ain't got money to get out. They don't have a car. Look at the people who died in the hurricane in Florida. Many of those folks were elders. Why don't we do a better job of making sure where our vulnerable populations are? We shut in people who are on dialysis, folks who are elders. There's inequities in preparedness. There's inequities in response. There's inequities in recovery, right? When communities are dealing with climate gentrification, right? I'm gonna say this, y'all, and we think about climate policy, and I appreciate the Inflation Reduction Act. I appreciate the new infrastructure bill, right? You know, yeah, that's basically trillions of dollars combined. Let's go back to Inflation Reduction Act as a quick point. There's money in that Inflation Reduction Act to deal with on the production side, you know, moving us away from a dirty energy economy to clean energy economy. You know, President Biden's Order 1408, right? You know, producing clean energy, you know, solar, wind, geothermal, maybe hydrogen, depending on how you produce the hydrogen. But the part of the issue is when you're doing that, who's getting that infrastructure, right? Who's getting that clean energy resources? The people who are at the front line should be at the front of the line when it comes to the investments. Now, unfortunately, there's some problems with the Inflation Reduction Act, which to me, you got one step forward and two steps backwards. On the consumption side, you got monies in there for $7,500 tax credit for getting a new electric vehicle. That's cool for me, but folks who are impacted by energy injustice, environmental justice, who may be a lower income strata, that ain't gonna work. The $4,500 for used vehicles, that's not gonna work. Got some money there for heat pumps, okay, cool, that may work. There's money in there for solar power, right? But 30% rebate, but who has money to get solar in a house when it costs $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, right? So my point is, with these dollars that are in that bill, $370 billion for energy consumption, energy production, and also environmental justice, and $60 billion for environmental justice. There's a concern that I have about not climate gentrification. I'm gonna throw out a new term for y'all. Climate redlining, where certain communities get the benefits of that infrastructure, right? The haves get the benefits, but the have-nots get left behind. So you end up having climate redlining. So you talk about communities being resilient, right? When you have climate redlining, resilience is an inappropriate term to use because you expected me to keep bouncing back when you didn't give me a fair distribution of the resources, right? When it comes from the climate investments to make sure my community can be whole. So when you think about climate change, you think about President Biden's policies, right? Let's think about, from an EJ perspective, intergenerational restorative justice, right? Think about intergenerational distributive justice. The benefits of climate change need to be accrued equitably, right? Across different strata, socioeconomic strata, across different racial ethnic groups. But those communities who are most impacted by dirty fossil fuel infrastructure across the life cycle of fossil fuel, they should be at the front of the line and they should get more of the investments and they should get more of the co-benefits, okay? The health benefits, the social benefits, right? The environmental benefits and the economic benefits. So when you think about, again, climate change, environmental justice, and equity issues, I'm just want to put it out there as relates to mitigation and adaptation. You have to have the focus on equity. You need to uplift distributional justice, and you got to uplift restorative justice. Folks are dealing with hurricanes, right? Hurricane Maria, Hurricane Ida, Hurricane Fiona, you know, all the recent hurricanes, Hurricane Harvey, folks are dealing with Hurricane Katrina. Where's the restorative justice and where's the intergenerational restorative justice? That has to be embedded in our work around climate change. We have to, and also when you think about environmental justice and the climate change discussion, representative justice. When it comes to defining who gets the benefits, the frontline offense communities should be at the table define it. When it comes to who defines the investments, the frontline offense communities should define it. When it comes to defining the adaptation approaches, same. When it comes to defining the mitigation approaches, they have to be at the table. That's the representative, that's a recognitional justice, right? And so I just want to kind of outline that. I know I haven't gotten deep into my slides yet, but I just want to say that now. An example of this intersection between environmental injustice and climate injustice is Baltimore. I just interviewed one of my colleagues, Denise Miller Travis, yesterday for a podcast that I do about called My Block Counts. And yesterday we talked about the Title VI Civil Rights Act. We talked about this new Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. And she mentioned Baltimore and how the Red Line Project, which y'all may or may not be familiar with, this transit equity project was counseled by the governor, current governor, in Baltimore. And this Red Line project was going to provide transportation equity, opportunities for better transportation for folks in the east and west side of Baltimore. You see in the east and west side of Baltimore, we call it the black butterfly. So the east and west side, those are the butterfly wings, right? It's hyper segregation of black folks. In the middle, you have your white population. So what you see is this is due to segregation, everybody. You heard me use the term climate redlining before, right? You know the connection between segregation and redlining, right? So if you look at the butterfly wings, you can see a relationship between where you have the high concentration of blacks and also home values and home sales, right? Look at the right map. If you go down to this next slide, redlining health in Baltimore, y'all know the history of redlining. Hey, this community had a lot of black folks, people of color, undesirables. We're gonna call them red. We're not gonna give them housing loans. We're gonna divest, invest, right? You know, too bad. Tax base goes away, who cares? Then there's other community, oh, more white people. Oh, we like them. We're gonna call them green. So you can see an association between redline communities and, you know, investments and, you know, segregation, right? And life expectancy. And this pattern is typical across the country, right? Areas that more redline, you can see lower life expectancy. We see it in Washington, D.C. too. In Baltimore, you can see a 20-year difference between census tracts that have been redlined, their life expectancy compared to census tracts that weren't redlined. You see a similar thing between wards 1 and D.C. compared to wards 7 to 8, right? Then you go to the next slide, look again the relationship between redline areas and asthma and air pollution. So higher age-related hospitalization rates for folks in areas that you see a little bit of pattern there in the second map, and you see the respiratory risk. So you can see associations between red line areas, air pollution and asthma, okay? And then think about heat waves. I said heat waves of hell for the poor and the elderly, right? So you think about Baltimore. Again, the butterfly wings, right? East Baltimore and West Baltimore, 15 degrees hotter than more affluent areas, right? So y'all know about the albedo effect. You know, you got a lot of concrete, asphalt, absorbing heat, release of the heat, places stay warmer, right? But also parts of Baltimore, you don't have any trees and folks don't have air conditioning, right? So I'll get to some of that. So you have this urban heat island effect, right? So think about the parts of Baltimore that are segregated, that are red line, that are in those butterfly wings, that also have a lot of impervious surfaces. So there's an issue when it comes to urban heat issues, right? But also having a lot of impervious surfaces is also an issue when it comes to, you know, flooding, right? There's a big issue with sewage backups and stormwater and flooding in Baltimore too. So you can see this next map, side-by-side map. Look at the impervious surface on one side and look at the temperature on the other side, right? So the places we have higher impervious surfaces, more impervious surfaces, greater concentration of impervious surfaces, you see higher temperatures. And again, you can overlay again those butterfly wings a little bit, and you see some pattern there. Again, the relationship between segregation, impervious surfaces, and temperature. And again, so this work has shown that in certain parts of Baltimore, again, 60-degree difference. Again, those butterfly wings are related to a lot of concrete, not having a tree canopy, not having the green infrastructure right. And there was a project done to get into the citizen science. Project done a few years ago, School of Journalism students at University of Maryland worked with residents in parts of Baltimore that deal with this urban heat island effect to put out temperature sensors. So it's like journalism working with community science, right? To put out temperature sensors across the city. And this is just an example of heat and inequality that was found in these neighborhoods. So I already talked about, you know, different parts of Baltimore, across the city, you know, East Baltimore, West Baltimore, 16-degree difference in temperature compared to more affluent areas. On the same street, y'all, on the same block, you can see major differences in heat, right? So look at the picture. If you can see the picture well, look at the picture with the tree. You can see a 20-degree difference from house to house. But look at the picture with of the houses with 2 trees. So not only major differences across neighborhoods, right, across blocks, but within blocks, on the same side of the street, You see the power of trees, y'all. Trees are good for heat mitigation, right? Air pollution mitigation, stormwater management. You know, if you have food forests, trees would be good for having greater access to food and reduce your carbon footprint. So you don't have to have people bringing in food from the rural farms. We need to be investing in urban agriculture as part of our community science work, right? We need to be looking at the food, energy, water nexus, right? So the power of green infrastructure, the power of nature. I think a report came out for the National Park Service or Nature Conservancy a few years ago, forget which group, 3 years ago maybe, that said it's called Nature Gap. Blacks have 3 times less access to nature compared to white counterparts. Low income folks had 3 times less access to nature compared to their wealthy counterparts, right? So the lack of access to nature, you know, the lack of access to green infrastructure is an EJ issue. You think about the classic frame of EJ, right? The disproportionate burden of hazards, local vulnerabilities, right? We talk about landfills, sewage treatment plants, you know, incinerators, industrial hog farms. I know my work in North Carolina in the chicken farm issues in the Delmarva region, right? But then also, when I frame it, EJ, those same companies are overburdened by those hazards of LULUs or the petrochemical infrastructure too. They also have overburdened by psychosocial stresses. But another part of that EJ stool that I like to talk about is those same communities are overburdened and also have more stressors, psychosocial stressors, also have a lack of access to help promoting infrastructure. In many cases, natural green infrastructure. That's a big EJ issue. And it's an issue when it comes to climate change because think about mitigation, right? Not having access to nature and adaptation, not having access to that natural infrastructure. What does it mean for communities? And so you go back to Baltimore, you see a relationship between heat and income. So the parts of Baltimore is hotter, you know, places that are hotter tend to have lower income, right? So you see the intersectionality of race and income. You see the intersectionality of, for those of you in public health, we talk about the social terms of health, right? These are social terms of health. And so if we're gonna address climate change again, we gotta address root causes. We gotta address racism, structured, not structural, because structural sounds like someone's just is like accidental. It's structured on purpose racism. You also have to address structured poverty too. You have to address structured inequality, okay? So then you think about, again, Code Red, this project Code Red, heat and health. You see a relationship between areas that temperature higher and zip codes with high temperatures. You see greater concentration or greater issues around health conditions too. So there's an association between heat and health. So in places you have higher temperatures, you'll see more heat-related morbidity and more heat-related mortality. That's been a big issue in Baltimore. Y'all remember the Chicago heat wave was it 1995? Heck, you had to go back to 1995, go to the Pacific Heat Dome, right? All the folks who died by the Pacific Heat Dome recently, right? So you have folks who are dying in communities because they don't have trees. They don't have air conditioning, which I know is an issue when you think about, you know, gas being burned or, you know, not gas being burned, but, you know, the cooling needs and the energy costs associated with that. And then also folks living in areas with impervious surfaces, but also energy poverty is an issue where, because folks are so poor, they choose between, they don't turn their air conditioning on because they're so poor. So energy poverty may be a driver too behind some of this, right? So what can we do? Okay, just as a refresher, I think all of this work needs to be grounded in the 17 principles of environmental justice. You know, y'all know me, I'm an environmental justice researcher advocate. It's all about EJ all day for me. And so these principles are important for this, our discussion about climate change, because if you think about climate change, right, you know, environmental justice movement and their principles are very holistic, right? And so the principles talk about sustainability. They talk about conservation, right? They talk about human rights. They talk about protecting Mother Earth. They talk about indigenous knowledge, indigenous rights, right? So I think grounding what we do in the 17 principles really important. I always like to highlight principles 5 and 7, because that gets back to that representative justice and recognitional justice. Communities speak with their own voice. So those communities that have been impacted disproportionately by environmental justice, who have been impacted disproportionately by climate change, they have to be at the table when it comes to these policies. How we implement the RA, right? How we implement the infrastructure, bipartisan infrastructure bill, how we implement RGGI, the regional greenhouse gas initiative, which we need to review that thing. How do we deal with transportation climate initiative, TCI, right? And all these other initiatives that we're trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're trying to make our communities more climate resilient. Those folks that are most impacted, again, those that are at the front line should be at the front of the line. And they have to be at the table when it comes to these decisions being made. They have to help develop the climate action plans. They need to be to help implement the climate action plans. And then they should be receiving the dollars. They need to be receiving the investments. And we need to use this in a sort of wealth building, not wealth building, but addressing economic inequality. How do we create opportunity, economic opportunity for those who are dealing with the life cycle of the dirty fossil fuel, dirty fossil fuels? Again, extraction, processing, transport, processing, combustion, and the waste, right? So let me just keep going. I'm a co-founder of the Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition. And so this is a coalition that's working on EJ issues across the region. It includes Delaware, Virginia, Maryland, and DC. And so we're talking about transportation justice issues. We're talking about waste issues like composting. We're talking about getting dirty incinerators out of our renewable performance standard in Maryland. We're trying to pass cumulative impacts bills in the states. We're trying to pass Justice 40 bills. We tried to pass a bill in Maryland last session. It did not pass, but we did get this language into the state budget. Any environmental funding, 4% of that funding has to go to disadvantaged communities. So that is in our state budget. But the bill wasn't passed. We got the language in the state budget. So we have a Climate Solution Now Act that just got passed in the 2022 session that our coalition played a role in getting that act passed. I think it's gonna be one of the most progressive bills, pieces of legislation at the state level in this country to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So y'all can check that out. But this coalition is a coalition. So we have to be working with coalitions to get this work done. And we're trying to bring more frontline groups, fence line groups, more grassroots and dirt root groups into the entity to basically their voices help drive the work and also to be able to address these issues around climate, environmental, and energy injustice. So as I said, I'm at CEED, I direct CEED, and CEED is an entity, we're about empowerment science and liberation science. And the idea is, how can we get scientific tools into the hands of the people to help build the capacity to their own science? I'm gonna whisper to y'all, you don't have to have a PhD to be a scientist. Just use the scientific method, right? And we all are using science, we're all applied sciences, right? We're on science right now. We wear science, we eat science, we drive science, we turn science on and off, we breathe science, so that science is bad science, right? So how can we engage folks to understand that they are scientists and folks in the community who have the lived experiences, right? They are contextual experts. As Dr. Mills McLean says, we are the truth experts because we live with it every day. I live in Bowie, Maryland. I got a little bit of air pollution. I live in a food oasis. I'm not dealing with environmental justice, right? I understand the issues because I came from a community with these issues, but the folks who live with it every day, they are the contextual experts. And we need to uplift and value their community cultural knowledge systems, right? That's important for this work. And then let me say this way, y'all, just to say it in economic terms, it's more efficient when you engage communities. You get a better return on investment when engaging those who are most impacted. It's not theoretical, it's not academic, it's their lived experience, right? And so, for me, when we're doing this work, we gotta think about, I do a lot of communication research, right? So I do more on the right side of this spectrum, participatory research, community-driven research. Again, uplifting communities. It needs to be of the community, for the community, and by the community, right? And this is what I learned from doing work with folks like Omega Wilson and West End Revitalization Association, Omar Muhammad, Mr. Fraser Rahim with the Low Carolina Small Communities, Dr. Mills McLean again in Savannah, right? Working with folks in Uniontown, which I'll talk about. Working with folks in Curtis Bay, which I'll talk about. Working with folks on air quality issues in Cheverly, Maryland, which I'll talk about. We're doing some work with Kim Gaddy in the South Ward, helping to build a hyperlocal air quality network in her neighborhood, and New Jersey DP is part of that, right? We gotta be working with communities on the front line and doing partnerships, right? Building relationships, building trust, but getting to action. It's not just good enough to have good processes. You gotta have transformation, y'all. Political transformation, individual transformation, and most importantly, community transformation. Did you address the problem? the science that we're doing is not addressing the problem, it is part of the problem. So when you do this work, for me, it's like, you gotta think about issues. Like I talked about the two hands is, the two hands, I can't talk. Talking too fast, the two hands of engagement, everybody. So let me slow down a little bit. Because I know we're probably behind on time. Let me slow down. I'm from Mississippi, I talk fast. I am from Mississippi, but you know, I'm a fast talker. Issues, impacts, opportunities, benefits, and partnerships, right? So what are the issues when you engage your communities? Think about environmental justice. Environmental justice is everyday, it's pocketbook, it's proximal. You got to frame it in a way that makes sense for folks, right? So what are those issues? What are those impacts? And what's your why? Why are you doing this work? And so you got to come with your why, and then community comes with their why. And what are the benefits again? How can you make sure that's reciprocal, right? It's a win-win-win. Maximize the win for you, but also for the community if you're doing partnership work. And then when we do this work, I mean, we think about climate change. We always talk about, you know, climate deniers, and people get really, it's complicated science. You don't have to complicate climate science. Like, you got the big S in science, focus on the little S in that science, climate change science, right? Talk about food, faith, family, health, and jobs. How climate change impacts food, faith, family, health, and jobs. Pocketbook things that are important to folks every day. That's the way you connect people to climate change. That's how you can get more folks doing community science. That's how you can make sure folks understand the issues, and then you're talking about solutions to make sure that you're working on things that are important. So the doom and gloom and climate change is not gonna help y'all. You gotta talk about climate opportunity. You gotta talk about the climate economy. You gotta talk about solutions, right? And so in this work also, we have to think about how we can do science that's less extractive, that's about action instead of inaction. Science that's about, you know, what's right with folks instead of what's wrong with folks, right? Science is not colonial. You know, I have a blog on Medium that talks about scientific racism, colonialism, and imperialism. The current scientific paradigm is not working. And then the work that you do, many of us who are academics, most of our research dollars come from taxpayers, right? So I talk about doing taxpayer science. What if we reframe science that we do that's really about the people, right? Doing science for the people. That's community science. That's citizen science, right? Now, citizen science are traditionally, you know, people doing work on sort of bird watching, you know, maybe water quality work. You know, we talk a lot about democratization of science. Community science is science where people doing science to survive. They want to try to move from surviving to thriving. You know, folks are being poisoned every day. Think about this, y'all. If you live in a community with environmental justice issues, right? And you're dealing with chemical stressors, you're being poisoned every day. As we talk, someone's been poisoned. Someone's DNA has been mutated. Someone's dealing with reproductive effects. I mean, think about pregnant women of developing fetus. They're internalizing pollution. I use this term environmental slavery. This may be a little bit off topic. I don't think environmental racism, environmental classes are strong enough terms that talk about the experience that people are going through. It's environmental slavery. I'm from Mississippi. Folks in Jackson, that's environmental apartheid. They got the money to upgrade those systems, but that governor decided not to, right? That's apartheid. So stuff in Flint, that's environmental apartheid. Living in an industrial hog farm, that's environmental slavery. Living near Cassett Alley, that's environmental slavery. Living in a refinery, that's environmental slavery. They're gonna add an incinerator on top of it. We're gonna build another a facility that leads to combustion byproducts, right? Coal-fired power plants, gas-fired power plants, you know, these pipelines. That's environmental slavery. Communities are absorbing their externalities, okay? Absorbing externalities, right? Then when we drive our cars to work, right? And we leave our combustion byproducts, you know, greenhouse gas emissions, you know, CO2, those co-pollutants, you know, NO2, SO2, VOCs, particulate matter, right? PAHs, you know, other things in that chemical mixture. What happens? We are literally using people's bodies. Think about this carceral space. Remember the song, I'm a man, recognize my humanity. We are leaving poison in those communities. So those communities deserve to be at the front of the line. And we have to they deserve science that's impactful, that's applied, that's solution-oriented, that's about change. So again, as I said before, you know, Boyer's 5 dimensions of science talks about the science of inquiry, the science of integration, the science of teaching, the science of engagement, and the science of application. I tell my folks, if you're not doing all 5 dimensions, you're doing incomplete science. Oh, Dr. Wilson, it's not my job to translate into action. No, that's a political choice you make. I come from an EJ community. I don't have a choice. Folks are doing this work who are trying to go from survival to thriving. They don't have a choice. So if you're doing science, you're gonna be in this space, you can work with communities. It has to be about action, getting solutions, right? It can no longer be about using taxpayers' money to do extractive science, colonial science, pain pimping science, folks. So let me get back on subject though.
Yeah,
I'm not
Dr.
sure.
Wilson, Dr. Wilson, I know
Yeah,
you're
go
just
ahead.
getting started, but we do have another panel.
Okay.
And but I really appreciate you. We all appreciate your remarks.
So you want me to? I'm gonna close my scene like The Rock does.
If you would,
scene, then I'll end here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can
no,
stay if you'd like, right? I mean, you don't have to
final
leave.
remarks?
You don't have to leave,
Yeah,
Jacoby. You don't have to leave, Luz. I know that you guys are crazy busy, but you don't have to leave. You don't want to. What we're going to do now is we're going to do our last panel, and it's a power panel, and it's a panel about passing the baton. It's a panel about creating new leadership, new economies, new ways of being, and it's called Preparations from the Front Lines. So what we're going to do today is we've paired some folks. We're going to start with Isles, and we're going to move into Groundwork Elizabeth. Those are 2 community-based organizations, one in Trenton and one in Elizabeth. And then we're going to come back to Rutgers. And then we're going to talk about some statewide folks. We're going to have a statewide kind of look at things and an environmental justice perspective at the end. So our first 2 folks that are going to be talking to each other and we're going to do the way we're going to do this is kind of interesting. We're going to do 2 people at a time talking about what they're doing to create new leadership in their communities. Some folks have brought their young leaders with them, and other people, like Isles, I think they are bringing, they're talking about what they're doing as far as creating new leadership. So I don't want to talk about what they're doing. I'd let them to kind of articulate what they're doing. So go ahead, Elise and Jim, you're on first, and then I just want to say Elise and Jim, go for it. Hi, everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. That's quite an energetic presentation to follow. I loved it. It was really, really great. I'm inspired. And Carrie, I think you put together a great agenda for the whole day. There's been some really great presentations. So thank you. We're honored to be part of this. So I am Elise Pivnik, and I am part of Isles. I've worked at Isles for Gulp 30 years. And I'm the founder of our Led and Healthy Homes work, which is now expanded to many other things, which I'll get to. And Jim Simon's with me, who's our Deputy Managing Director of Gardening and other things. So he's going to run the slides today. Hey, Jim. Okay, so a little bit about Isles. We have a broad-based mission, that is we foster self-reliant families and healthy, sustainable communities. We train and educate, we work with youth. We have a Isles Youth Institute where we are an alternative high school and also job training program for young people, give them skills in life as well as skills related to construction, environmental work, and the like. We help families build wealth. We have some great projects that help people budget, get a mortgage for the first time, manage their lives in a better way than perhaps they had been previously. And then we fall into promoting green and healthy living. So building gardens, parks, and healthy, efficient homes. Isles has been involved in healthy homes work for almost 22 years. And so we have a lot of thoughts about it, a lot of experience, and we're going to share that a little bit with you. I'm going to be talking a lot about looking ahead at workforce development and training and the work that we're doing in that. And then our last item, but not least, is that we revitalize communities by working directly with neighbors and creating safe, thriving places. So that really builds on the previous speakers. How do you get people involved, getting the most community involvement and engagement as possible, not just playing lip service by having a meeting here and there. Jim? So here's ISLE's evolution. I'm not going to go through all of this, but we got started in 1981. We started with community gardens, and that's the first time we discovered lead in Trenton in a very official way, because before you start a community garden, you test the soil. And just about every garden in Trenton where soil was tested had lead and other bad chemicals in them. There was one garden that was an interior space of a middle school that did not have lead in the soil. But we knew obviously then that background levels of lead were big in cities like Trenton. I'll just skip to today. We are involved in lead in healthy homes. ISLE, we retrofit hundreds and thousands of homes actually, and advocate for policy reform. We're involved in all sorts of ancillary programs, which I'll talk about going forward. So you can look at this. So here's ISLE services related to lead, healthy homes, environmental health. So we starting really in 2002, we got our first opportunity to start working with families who had a child or a person in their house with asthma. And we started looking at homes. We trained people in the community to be counselors, environmental health counselors, and go into people's homes and help them identify the triggers for asthma in the home. Because what we all know is that a family or child can get a boatload of medicine for asthma, but if they're going home to the same house, it doesn't work. You're not going to have success. So we evolved to do both lead and healthy homes assessments. So we test for lead, asthma, injury-causing conditions, and other substandard housing conditions. And we've been successful over the years in getting money to actually to improve the homes so they're lead safe, asthma trigger safe, and the like. So we've expanded. We're now in we provide weatherization services directly to our clients. The holy grail is when we can combine it. We have a job training center, which I'm going to talk more about, and that started about 12 years ago, 13 years ago. And it came out of our work in healthy homes. We realized there weren't enough people to do this work. And we wanted to provide entry-level training for people who are literally entering this field for the first time. We have done work that supports lead service line replacements. We're working with Trenton Waterworks and others, trying to communicate about the need for new lead service lines and helping on some policy related projects there. We're now more and more getting involved in electrification in housing, and folks who've been involved in this field know that the gases that come out of our gas stoves and our heating and cooling systems can be very dangerous to health. We know that there's a higher likelihood of childhood asthma in houses that have gas devices that have poor ventilation. And we know that we want to do things to address climate change, and buildings are a huge source of greenhouse gases taken together. We have an electrical vehicle project where we are working with the community, installing charging stations, starting car and rideshare programs. And we're really, one of the first cities in New Jersey that's been able to put this forward for low-income communities. And our original program, and Jim's going to be talking about that, is community gardens, which is expanded into nutrition and related education. We have been involved in brownfield cleanup and soil cleanup. We're involved in we're involved in a project now on air quality research, looking for where there might be asthma triggers along main thoroughfares, park redevelopment, and overall we're involved in research, practice, and policy. So I just wanted you folks to have an idea of what we do. So we're a 40-year-old community development organization. So now I'm going to talk looking ahead to workforce needs in the environmental health field. And ILS since 2009 has had this operated the Center for Energy and Environmental Training. And we have trained over 4,294 folks, and it's higher now because these statistics are from June. And you can see the type of job training that we do. EPA RRP, renovation and repair program for anyone who works in housing that might have old lead paint. You have to have this training to make sure you are not making a problem worse when you are fixing up a house. We have, we train people to be lead workers. That's an official title, actually, a lead supervisor. And for energy, to become an air leaker control installer. So installing insulation, for example, to be a building analyst. We have a community education module where we share what we know about 8 keys to a healthy home and involve community. We've trained thousands of community health workers in the principles of healthy homes and how to help families that they're working with. We've been involved in solar panel installation training. And very importantly, we get involved in job readiness. We call it soft skills, but they're most important skills for anyone entering the workforce is how to be a good employee, develop good habits, and be a successful worker. So, Jim. All right, other job training services that we have is that we've been expanding. We observe there's not enough contractors to do the work of lead in healthy homes and weatherization and the like. And what we know, we've experienced firsthand and have had people come to us, is that they've got the technical skills, that is the skills of how to measure a window or install a heater or whatever, but they don't have the business skills. And so we have a program now that we're in the midst of helping them. How do you do the paperwork? How do you plan your finances? How do you plan for when the payments are going to come in? So all those business skills that are really what you need to be able to expand your business and take on more work, or even start for the first time. We've been working with the Union County Economic Development Corporation to build business skills and even contractor skills. There's some contractors who really don't know who need help measuring a window more efficiently to make sure that they're getting the right materials and the like. And our target counties you can see there. And we have another program with PSE&G, Department of Labor, JPI Consultants, and others. So we are recruiting people from the community who are looking for entry-level jobs. They don't have any experience necessarily. And we address the work readiness challenges, and we offer wraparound services, everything from childcare to transportation services and the like, because we understand in a community like Trenton that people need a lot of help to be successful workers, and they need that support of childcare and transportation to get in the places they want to on time and with 100% attention. So the future of the environmental workforce is what Carrie asked me to talk about. And what we observe from our work and from the political climate right now is there's going to be, and there already is, a huge demand for workers to meet the opportunities of all the federal funding that has come with the American Rescue Plan Act, the Infrastructure Bill, and the Inflation Reduction Bill. And I'm just going to list the types of things that can be funded by there. We know that there's $170 million from that the governor has designated for lead in healthy homes home repair. That's coming from ARPA money. And we know that there's going to be funding for lead service line replacement. It's not firm what that's going to be. Stormwater management. We know there's incentives to transform to green fuel sources. We know that that's going to, that means that people are going to need to understand things like heat pumps and how to install them. So we're prepared to offer that training if we get the go ahead. We know in electrification, we need skills for how to improve ventilation, change out stoves, again, the heat pumps, for transportation, for electric vehicles. We know we're going to need drivers, for car and ride shares, jobs and vehicle maintenance, administrators and outreach workers. And one of the things we know is that the state will soon be putting out an RFP to do a New Jersey statewide training center, which hopes to address many of the job gaps that they see in the workforce ahead. And then most recently, a bill that ILES was very involved in passing, there's something called the Lead Safe Certificate Bill, which will require all landlords to make their homes lead safe before they enter into an agreement with a lease with a tenant. So that means that there's going to be a demand, we already are seeing it, demand for accredited contractors to do the work, home assessors, housing inspectors, lab technicians to test all the dust samples that are going to be coming through. So there's a huge amount of workforce need that we'll need to address or to spend the money that we're all so pleased that New Jersey will be receiving from the federal government.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop you there, Elise. And I have to say thank you. And we're gonna move on to our next presenters, which are we're gonna have Jonathan and on from Groundwork Elizabeth with Sarah Sosa. So go ahead, Jonathan.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
sorry, wait, Jim, we only gave IELTS 10 minutes, so we'll come back to you if we can, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
All right, okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
All right, greetings to everybody. A special shout out to everybody who lasted. This is the last segment, and we know it's a long day, but it's a wonderful day. Special shout out to Carrie Butch. Anybody that's ever worked with Carrie Butch, my God, she's just a wonderful person. Super enthusiastic, Dr. Zarbel, and of course, our good friend Rob Lombach, who we've worked with in Elizabeth so much. It's great to be part of the EOHSI community, and it's just wonderful to be asked to be here today to share what we're doing in Elizabeth. And coming back to Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson, you said, what can we do? Well, we're here to talk to you about Groundwork Elizabeth and what we can do and what we are going to do and what we're doing here in New Jersey's fourth largest city, which is an environmental justice community and a brownfield community. And to let you folks know where we came from, we're part of a national network of groundwork trusts around the country that are all environmental justice and brownfield communities. This program's called Carrie Passing the Baton, but as you can see, here's Sarah. We're actually sharing the baton. We're passing it slowly. So we definitely want to have those who have a lot of experience to do this work, to continue to do the work, but we need our next generation to really step up and fill in for us as well. So what does Groundwork Elizabeth do? We're a 501c3 nonprofit. Our great goal is, and I'm going to pop on our PowerPoint right now, and hopefully you can all see that. We're going to start it. Where's the start? Oh my God. Here it is. Okay. So our organization was formed to build greener, more sustainable, and more equitable communities. As we said, we're an environmental justice community. We're also a brownfield community, and we are, very importantly, a red line community as well. Our programs all feed into something called Climate Safe Elizabeth, making a healthier climate for us all. And how do we do that? We work in urban agriculture and community health. We actually worked on some of the vaccine programs as well. We work in conservation and restoration of open space, and you'll be seeing what we do with that in just a few moments. And youth initiatives, which is our Green Team program, and what you'll find out is called our Mayor's Youth Council, which you'll find out about that in just a few seconds from Sarah. And everything, all the programs we do, feed into Climate Safe Elizabeth. Our problems are similar to every urban community. We have flooding events. And Kelvin Body, by the way, thank you for mentioning the tragedy that happened here with Hurricane Ida, where we lost 4 people in an area that we're actually trying to work on right now in a housing authority project. It was a really terrible situation. So we're working on how we can mitigate flooding. We're working on heat islands. We know we've got an urban community, a lot of impervious surfaces, and we've got air quality issues like everybody else in the Northeast and any urban community. What we need are more voices, not only youth voices, but our community voices as well. And we've got a climate safe task force. And we asked our community a little while ago, okay, if we could build projects that would cool or dry our neighborhood, which of the following would you like to see? And you can see trees to cool streets and residential buildings is really big. Rain gardens are big. Greenery planted along sidewalks. These are national remedies, natural remedies. And we're planning on ways that we can work with our youth to make these things happen. With that, I'd like to turn this over to a younger person. Sarah Sosa is our climate safe coordinator. We just created that position recently, and I'd just like her to say hello to you folks and tell her what she does.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for still being with us today. So yes, I am transitioning my position at Groundwork Elizabeth to the Climate Safe Neighborhoods Coordinator. I'm also the coordinator for the Mayor's Youth Council. The Mayor's Youth Council started in Elizabeth as a volunteer group that was interested in policy change, environmental change, and wanted to meet with the mayor. So that's what we did. The mayor liked us so much that we started getting funded for the summer. So now I began to have a team of youth between the ages of 14 to 24 during the summertime and during the school year, leading meetings with the mayor about once a month on what they want changed in Elizabeth. Some things that we've done or currently doing is planting some more trees at heat islands in Elizabeth. So we've mapped that out. We're adding more air quality monitors. At the bottom left, at the bottom left and right, we actually had a meeting with the mayor on the Gatos Bridge, and the Gatos Bridge connects Elizabeth to Staten Island. So that was what, like a two mile walk.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about air quality while on the bridge, passing all the refineries in Elizabeth. Everything that produces and smells like crap is there. The airport's there, all the refineries. So, you know, gave a vision on like what is causing air quality problems in Elizabeth, asthma problems in Elizabeth, and much more. What we're doing soon is we did a air quality project last year, and we're following up with that by adding 13 more air quality monitors in Elizabeth. So with the Mayor's Youth Council, we also asked for support with the mayor and asked what areas in Elizabeth they would like air quality monitors, so we can track that for the present and the future. And then also flooding. So we do flooding mitigation in Elizabeth. Right over here is Phil Rizzuto Park, not too far from Keene. We clean the river. We do invasive species removal over here. You can see how eroded the area is, and what we also do with we also bring scientists over and we go inside the river and we'll collect the organisms we find and just kind of show the youth what is there, what's causing a problem, and what can be a solution.
One of our more exciting newer projects is called a microforest. It was developed in Japan by Professor Miyawaki, and you actually plant trees and shrubs to mitigate flooding and to clean the air and to cool the neighborhoods in an area the size of maybe 2 parking spaces. And it serves as a demonstration project, but also does work. The more of these we build, the better we think the environment and the quality of life will be around our city. So with that, I think we made our time, right?
You absolutely made your time, Jonathan. You're amazing. I just wanted to share that I just learned that Sarah just is a recent Rowan graduate. So congratulations on your first job at Groundwork Elizabeth. And then I also learned, and all of us know who Lucy Crespo is, I also learned Jonathan was doing his job and creating new leadership, because now she's been picked up by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and she's going to be working in Elizabeth also, as well as a couple other areas. But thank you, and we're now on to Lauren and Zakaya from Rutgers University.
Thanks so much, Carrie. Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Alexunas. I'm one of the professors at Rutgers, and I am a toxicologist by training, and some of my research overlaps with areas related to climate health. And I'm joined today by Zakaya Henry. She is one of our graduate students. She's working on her PhD in toxicology. We decided we were going to take a little different of a spin. We wanted to have more of a conversation. So our discussion is going to be centered on developing leadership skills, how students and youth can start to get more involved and feel empowered in working with communities, especially those while they're still in training. So I'm going to turn it over to Zakaya to say hi and to maybe ask the first question.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk with you all today. And so I will start by asking you, Dr. Alexunas. Many of the students that are attending today's conference work on focused scientific questions for their research, which can sometimes feel far removed from a bigger picture, such as climate change. What advice do you have for trainees to view their current focused studies from a broader, higher level that might be more impactful?
Thank you. Wonderful. So I think, I've been at Rutgers now for 13 years, and I've had the chance to work with students like in a variety of settings. So I'm wonderful to see Jonathan and Elise here. We've worked on projects with Groundwork Elizabeth and IELTS. And I think one of the first things, especially for any grad students, is to get off campus, get out of the lab, go and just volunteer in some of the activities you've heard about today through our P30 Center. If we have a sampling trip, if we're partnering with one of the community groups, we can always use an extra set of hands, and it's kind of a great way just to immerse yourself. And then I think by just putting yourself in a different situation and getting out of the lab, you start to think and then hopefully listen. So I think the kind of the next thing too is just to kind of start dialogue, start conversations with people you meet. As you start to explain some of the work you're doing, what could the potential, that could be to kind of take your project to the next step, or to kind of look at it from a fresh perspective, maybe from a business, economic standpoint, or maybe possibly for new applications or new technologies. I think a lot of times as scientists, we often get very tunnel visioned, but I think it's really important to kind of step back and think about some of the broader impacts that are possible. And so I think that's tough. I think that means dedicating time also to thinking about, the future. What are going to be the challenges in 20, 30 years, especially for those in our program that are representing toxicology? What are going to be the emerging issues that come forward? So I think that's kind of how I think of it, and even for my own research, have to take a step back sometimes as well. So I'll turn it back over to Zakaya then, representing trainees that maybe are on the call today. What do you think, and how are you and your peers able to start to contribute to addressing challenges like climate change?
So I would say, as students, the work that we do collectively supports the initiative for climate change, especially as toxicologists in training. In our graduate student roles, we may not have a big picture climate change initiative, but we are tackling this head on, I would say, in increments. I was talking to a friend, and I think she termed it as like mini projects for around climate change. And so particularly focusing on topics that are relevant to harmful pollutants and contaminants in our environment. We are actively studying and reporting our findings of these harmful effects of these pollutants in our environment, our ecosystem, and communities. And so as trainees, as scholars, and as scientists, we play a pretty big role, I would say, in providing scientific information that is climate related to various audiences. So turning it back to you, as a scientist in training, we often
question how knowledgeable we are about toxicology, which can be intimidating when discussing science with community members and policy members. What advice do you have for us students?
You know, it wasn't that long ago that I was a student. I do remember it has been some time now, but I think it can be really an exciting time as you're going into whatever your area where you're building your career. And there's always going to be kind of those questions. Do I know enough? Do I know enough to actually make an impact, to be able to share? We're always scared of what question someone might pose to us. Are we going to know the answer? And, you know, I've been doing this for a little while, and you just start to realize we don't know. I don't know. I've been doing it for a while, and I still don't know half the answers that people are going to approach me with. And so I think, you know, starting to recognize that you guys work really hard in your studies, in your science, and recognize that you do have knowledge, you have key knowledge from your lived experiences, as well as what you've studied, and realize though that there's always going to be gaps in what we know. And that's actually where I feel like together we can work and attack new problems. So if I were to be asked a question, maybe by a community member as a scientist, and you know, maybe even considered an expert in a subject, I'm not going to know all the answers, even in my own research area. And so I think it's for us to always be humble, to recognize that, you know, this is a journey of lifelong learning. If we're pursuing science, whether it's climate science or basic research, and that we can work together to find answers. And so I think some of the advice I'd center around is kind of fostering communication skills. I think that's always tough, right? To, you know, stick your neck out there. Especially as scientists, again, as we start to kind of get really focused on very, you know, maybe minute questions and details. And so building skills and communication. So, you know, Zakiya, as the leadership of our Rutgers Association of Toxicology students, you know, we've seen a number of our students that take elective courses in the Alan Alda style of communicating science, where you can distill your message. We also have summer interns who also are working to refine and kind of their elevator pitch to describe the major question that they're trying to tackle. And I think it's also just, as I mentioned before, listening. So if you get the chance or the opportunity to attend a community forum, you really want to be able to hear, you know, what are the questions, what are the challenges that are facing our communities, and how can we, you know, be empowered to assist in the ways that they need us, to be in a supportive role, to be able to pursue their scientific questions, and then where are there ways that we may be able to align our questions to be able to help them as well. So that's kind of how I always handle when I'm not quite sure if I'm going to be actually the expert in a room or in a group and stuff. So just for everybody on the webinar, Zakiya was actually accepted into a wonderful leadership group here at Rutgers that really fosters the next generation of academic leaders. And so I think, you know, it's already been just a month or so. I think you've started, it's a 2-year quest. But, you know, in your capacity as a student leader in an academic institution, Zakiya, I'm curious, what do you think are some of the things that, you know, undergrads or grad students, even postdocs, staff could do to encourage university administrators to tackle, you know, challenges such as climate change?
So I think the biggest thing that we can do as students, as postdocs within our various academic institutions, not only Rutgers, is being engaged. Of course, first and foremost, because we know engagement makes a big difference. But I also believe that recognizing that as students, along with postdocs, we have a lot of power in influencing decisions. And I think recognizing that is extremely important because sometimes as students, we feel as though our voice has little power, especially when there are power dynamics at play. But we do hold a lot of power, even in higher education, higher administration. And it's also important to note that we ourselves need to have a commitment in participating in spaces. And when we are participating, to actively volunteer and do what we say that we will do. And I would like to mention, as Dr. Alex Sunis said, you know, I serve as the president for our graduate student organization, the Rutgers Association of Toxicology Students. And as a leader, it's good to know who is in your group. who is in your circle, who is in your peers, your cohort, and pinpointing and finding those charismatic individuals that are willing to work and willing to help facilitate change. In many situations, higher education will open doors for us to give them input and to offer strategy for change. But yet to stress again, we as the students, we have to be willing to participate in these spaces and be willing to work. So.
All right, on that note, thank you very much. We're going to move on to, as you said, two charismatic individuals willing to work, and they are Nikki Sheets, the director of the Center for Urban Environment, and Melissa Miles, the executive director of the the executive director of the New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance. So you guys take the floor and say whatever you want to say.
Thank you, Carrie. So I think the plan is for me to go first, and then Melissa is in the cleanup spot, and we'll bring it home for you all. So let me talk a little bit about the New Jersey EJ Alliance and some of its history, and then pass it on to Melissa. And I'll talk about our history with policy with supporting communities. And then, Carrie, what you talked about, pass on the baton a little bit, working with young folks. So the New Jersey EJ Alliance, statewide organization, the only statewide organization in New Jersey that focuses on environmental justice issues, the only statewide organization in New Jersey that addresses environmental issues and EJ issues, which is a majority of color in both its membership and leadership. To give you context, we are part of the grassroots, of the national grassroots EJ movement, and that's important to us because we hold ourselves accountable to that movement. In very broad terms, we work in both policy and we work in supporting communities. In the policy world, two issues we've become known for: cumulative impacts, and you might have heard that 2 years ago, we worked on the issue, we're instrumental with our allies in the EJ community and beyond in getting the cumulative impacts bill passed in New Jersey. That is probably the strongest or one of the strongest environmental justice bills in the country. We've been working on that for for about 15 years. Other issue we work on a lot is climate change. We work on climate change mitigation policy and somewhat on adaptation. We've developed a climate change mitigation policy from an EJ perspective that goes beyond carbon dioxide. You heard Jacoby Wilson talk about this a little bit. We insist that climate change mitigation policy also reduce those pollutants, air pollutants that are killing people now, and not just the carbon dioxide. So we become known in the state and in the country for doing this type of policy work, and we'll certainly continue to do that. We also support, and this policy work is directed at improving the health of local environmental justice communities, low-income communities, and communities of color, and it's rooted in that, in obtaining those local improvements. And over the years, we've supported communities directly also. We've been called on to testify many times in support of what communities are doing, a lot of times opposing. We've testified in hearings and submitted written comments as follow-up in Camden, in Newark. We've worked with groups in Trenton. We've testified about sewage plants, about incinerators, about waste transfer stations that the community has been fighting. Most recently, we testified in Newark on a sewage plant, on a power plant that the Passaic Valley Sewerage Commission wants to build in Newark, and we supported the community in their efforts to try to stop that by testifying and submitting comments. We'll continue that work. Specifically on Pass the Baton, on our youth work, again, we have a history of doing this. We've done statewide. For example, when we first started, we did a lot of air pollution monitoring, and we did a statewide air pollution monitoring project with high school students in Newark and Trenton and Camden. And we followed that up with another air pollution monitoring project with students in Central High School in Newark. We also had EJ Leadership Program that we implemented in Newark on the adult level, but then we worked with Rutgers Youth Scholar Institute to bring that EJ Leadership Program to high school students. And more recently, we past summer, we just worked in a youth leadership program, the Kane University, where I sit now. Kane University has a youth leadership program, academic program, high school students from North Jersey. And we went there and interacted with the students and talked about environmental justice with them. I think we've also, and I should say, we're just in the early stages of now conceptualizing another program that will deal with air pollution, in particular particulate matter air pollution, and reducing that, initially connected to universities. Princeton University and Kane University and maybe the New School in New York are interested in doing this project that would involve students and the surrounding community in reducing the particulate matter footprint of universities. I think we've also demonstrated passing the baton. I think we've also demonstrated that in our organization, how we conduct our business and who we hire. I have been admonished already by Melissa not to call her a youth. Okay, I would say she is youthful, a lot more youthful than those of us who founded the New Jersey EJ Alliance and worked like Carrie and I. I'm not calling Carrie old because she's not. I'll call myself old. But you know, we have a small staff, but a mighty staff. Melissa is our executive director. She is one of the, I'll just say it, she may get mad at me. She's one of the young environmental justice leaders, not only in the state, but in the country. And we're really proud of that we're passing the baton on to her, and she's getting us in order too. And our staff, we have 2 people on our staff, young people who anybody would call young. So we feel like we're kind of walking the talk with our staff also. And with that, I'm going to stop and pass it on to our youthful leader, Melissa Miles.
Dr. Sheets. Okay. Good afternoon, Melissa Miles. I am, as Dr. Sheets stated, the executive director of the New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance. No need to think of or call me a youth. I'm well past that. But, you know, I do consider Dr. Sheets an elder, as well as Dr. Wilson, Dr. McLean, who Dr. Wilson referenced, Dr. Bullard, Miss Peggy Shepard. You know, I feel very fortunate to, you know, be coming up in this movement with ample leadership and ample mentorship. And Dr. Sheets did such a great job at laying out, you know, some of our historic program areas, which we continue in today. Our work is ever expanding. You know, we are probably closer to a community-based group than many statewide groups are, but, you know, unlike community-based groups, we have the opportunity to work with different grassroots and frontline organizations and communities from around the state. You know, in the role of technical assistance, training, providing comments on permit applications, comments on hearings, and just supporting in a variety of ways, including through our communications infrastructure. We do work on issues ranging from waste justice. So for those of you who didn't know, you know, our state sends lots of trash to incinerators. Most of those incinerators are in low income and communities of color. You know, so that's one of our key waste issues, but, you know, those same communities also tend to house the metal crushing facilities, the transfer stations, the, you know, and then are also threatened by new and unproven technologies that we call false solutions to issues that shouldn't really exist, like plastic pollution. It doesn't, for us, it doesn't make sense to build facilities to basically burn or vaporize plastic when, we know on the very front end, communities just like ours are being poisoned by the extraction of materials for plastics and the production of plastics. So, the wonderful thing about the environmental justice movement, like Dr. Sheets said, is that we really are accountable to more than just ourselves. We are accountable to each other within NJEJA. We are accountable to the communities of New Jersey, but we're also accountable to the larger EJ movement. What we do and say here in New Jersey, if it is not, lining up, we will hear about it from colleagues in California or in Mississippi, or, so we have strong ranks in the EJ movement. And to me, that's really what EJ is. It's that accountability. There are many definitions for EJ, but for me, first of all, EJ means, you are the protagonist in your story as a person living, working, playing, praying in a community impacted by the legacy of industrial pollution and on the front line of climate change impacts. So that is the first part. And then the second part is the connection that we have with other communities like ours across the country and even across the world. So, many of our colleagues now are actually preparing to go to COP27, to be able to, basically continue to build power across barriers, because so many communities are facing the same types of, issues, but the way each community deals with it is going to be specific, again, to that lived knowledge and experience. So in terms of again, passing the baton, which I think for this, as Dr. Sheets started off with, for us at NJEJA, it really looked like, from the perspective of our movement, we have many elders and many organizations that are anchor organizations in the EJ movement across the country. But this kind of activism grew out of the civil rights activism. It grew out of social justice activism, and these were not always paid jobs. So now we exist in let's say the 501c3 structure that we see across the the spectrum of partner groups and sectors, right? So our health partners are in 501c3, our environmental partners are in 501c3 structure, our scientific partners in 501c3 structure. So, so are we for the most part now. But, unlike some of the other institutions that we partner with, we did not always have that background and that, those kind of, we grew out of a different tradition, a more community-based tradition. So part of, the growth of this movement is organizations that are able to build the type of internal infrastructure that allows their organization to really grow, develop, deepen, and serve communities better. I totally agree with Dr. Wilson that our work must impact you must tangibly impact the conditions of folks living on the ground, starting with those of us who do this work, right? We also deserve to get paid. I get upset when I hear people try to disparage paid organizing. Why is it that the polluters get paid and get paid well, but those of us who literally give our time, our blood, our sweat, our tears to protect communities shouldn't live well? We shouldn't eat. So, I think part of, the way that, my generation in this work thinks about this work is, yes, we need to be whole in this work. That means we need to be taken care of. Our children need to be taken care of. We need, to eat, we need to live, right? And not just struggle to survive, because the work we're doing is so critical and so important. So, you know, we definitely, you know, I can speak for, you know, a cadre of us who, you know, are looking at that in addition to, you know, this history of organizing and policy that has been, you know, that we are very fortunate to kind of be locking arms with, you know, elders like Dr. Sheets and Dr. Wilson. You know, we also are bringing a sensibility around, you know, we as, you know, environmental and climate justice movement folks, you know, also need to be well. And, you know, we want to create organizations that are also whole and also healthy, that outlive us and that can continue to, you know, serve communities by also helping folks on the ground to utilize the knowledge and experience that we have and that we have access to change their material conditions on the ground. So with that, I see Carrie on screen leaning in. So I'll stop there.
I'm leaning in because 2 reasons. One, I don't want to forget to thank everybody. So if I forget to thank you, I apologize in advance. But I want to thank our Community Advisory Board, people like Nikki and Melissa. I want to thank our Cook work group, which is our researchers that work on community engagement and are committed to putting on, you know, events like this, for being in communities and doing education and working, you know, shoulder to shoulder. I also want to thank Maria Crescenzio, because if she wasn't able to, if we wouldn't be able to do this without her, and she's you know, we appreciate everything she does. And also Helene DeRisi, Tina Cirillo, Michelle Jansen, Mitu Patel, Kathy Black, and of course my boss, Rob Lumbach, his boss, Helmut Zarbel, and our administrator, Kristen Borbley. I just want to make sure I thank everybody. Now I'm going to thank all of the speakers real quick. Again, it was Melissa Miles, Nikki Sheets, Lauren Alkunis, Zakiah Henry, Jonathan Phillips, Sarah Sosa, Elise Pivnik, and we're going to be able to give Jim 3 minutes. Jacoby Wilson, Luz Cool, Soko Setaguchi, Amy Goldsmith, Reeves Taylor, Kelvin Bodie, Josephine Bonaventure, Jose Laurent, I'm sorry, it's Jose Guillermo Cedino Laurent, Rob Lumbach, Helmut Sarmo, all those people spoke and gave a really good, also our keynote speaker, Mayor Andre Sayag, and now we're gonna let Jim Simon have 3-minute pitch because he missed his section, and then we're gonna say goodbye to everybody. Go ahead, Jim. 3 minutes.
I will blaze through this. Just let me share screen again. And I'll take a cue from Jacoby and speak fast. So Hurricane Ida last year, this is in Trenton along Assunpink Creek, which flows into the Delaware. Serious flooding in a residential neighborhood. Waiting for the screen to advance here, sorry. Oh, come on.
No.
Okay, so green infrastructure. These are some of our tools that we can use to mitigate climate. So rainwater capture, rain gardens, rain barrels, cisterns, permeable paving, community forestry, so planting trees to clean the air and capture stormwater, community agriculture, green roofs. This is our climate core crew this summer doing some maintenance on a green roof. Land preservation. There are close to 3,000 vacant lots in the city of Trenton, prime opportunity for building ecosystem services into these areas of vacancy or building more gardens and incorporating green into complete streets efforts. So I'll support 70 school and community gardens throughout the city of Trenton. This is our main gardening hub here. We installed a rain garden with Rutgers Water Resources and other partners. And also, this is a 1,500-gallon cistern that we use to capture rainwater off of one of our buildings. And we can use that to irrigate the main garden or to irrigate the community orchard. So Climate Corps, this is a new initiative that we started this year. It's part of a regional and watershed approach. It's part of the Delaware River Climate Corps. So there's 10 other cities in Pennsylvania and New Jersey that have launched these programs. So from our perspective, making sure that this is a living wage. So we've been able to ensure that people are getting paid at least $18 an hour or more. We have AmeriCorps funding, and that includes an education award on top of this living wage that we boosted up. And we provide wraparound services, so job readiness, financial counseling, and these are some of the training programs that we offered for participants this summer. So OSHA, first aid, CPR, they all got the EPA lead safe renovation, and we taught them about farming and tree care. And also beekeeping. So, most of the participants were able to, join some beekeeping classes that I ran. They helped with production at our main garden here. So, distributing emergency food to the community. And this is our contact information. So you could reach out to me or Elise if you have questions. You could visit our website. And if you're interested in more about the vacant property surveys that we did with Rutgers as a partner, you could visit restoringtrenton.org. And that is it.
All right, you're amazing, Jim. You did a great job, and I'm glad we were able to get you on. I want to give both Rob and Helmut the last word, because we have 1 more minute, and then we're going to say goodbye. But didn't we do a lot in 5 hours?
Did a lot, yes. You want to go ahead, Helmut?
Well, there's so many great things said. I really don't have much to add. I'm in awe of things everybody's doing, and the energy and the commitment, and hope we can, as an institute and as a center, can continue to be part of it. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Yes, thanks to everybody for sharing and participating, and looking forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you so much.
All right, and I just need everybody's permission, and if you could send me your slides, I'll get them out to everybody, and we'll have the video recording available probably Monday. I'll talk to Maria about that. But again, she's been, our rock through this. It's not easy, and thank everybody for coming. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Carrie.
We had, I guess, 275 folks that this will be sent out to. That's a pretty decent amount, 275.
Take care, everybody.
Take care.